I think we should be live shortly. Okay, let me go to my YouTube video, because that's where I'm going to share my stream. Alright, so I just want to be clear and unequivocal. Just no trolling, okay? I don't tolerate trolls. You had your little fun yesterday, but now I about had it, so no trolls. Don't troll, don't spam, don't do any of that, because I will time you out. Okay, hopefully we should be live.
Egg bacon. Said. Egg bacon, I'm not scared, blacklisted spam warning. Egg bacon. Said. Warned.
Okay, just to be super clear, I don't want any of that today. You understand me? Like, I don't care who it is. Just don't troll. Because this is a serious stream. Hold on, let me finish. I hope I don't have to have this conversation again. But I appreciate you doing the warning, though. I can't properly hear TTS.
Said. I can't properly hear the TTS. Egg bacon. Said.
Oh.
Yes.
That's my fault.
Egg bacon.
Hold on, let me turn it up.
Said. It's very low sound and echoed.
Why is it very low sound and echoed? Hold on. I'm pretty sure it should work now, hopefully. Now it's perfect? Okay, cool.
Egg bacon. Said. Now it's perfect.
Yeah, but why is it playing slow? You did bring up a good point. Control panel. Voice. Okay. Chat. Okay, voice. Here it is. Seriously? It doesn't, like, let me control the speed. I might have to follow another one. I might have to, like, find another service that does this. We'll figure it out.
Nightbot. Said. Remember to like and subscribe.
Okay, that worked well. Okay, I don't know what's going on, because it seems wonky. Or maybe I'm just, I don't know. Okay, let's get right into it. Now, this is more like a game feel sort of thing. Hold on, I'll be right back. Let me open up a Bubble Tank Frenzy.
Egg Bacon said, Jesus is king.
Yes, that is the truth. Keep spreading the truth. Okay, so what I want to do here is add a sound effect for mist bubble. So let me actually do that. I should have like free pop sounds. Let's see what's in here. Tube. What's this one?
Egg Bacon said, where are you from BTW?
I'm not gonna say exactly where I'm from, but I'm from the United States of America. I don't like that one. What's this one? Okay, I like this one. Yeah, one of these would have to do. Collect. Okay, so SFX pop design collect vacuum 1. Okay.
Egg Bacon said, cool, I'm Italian.
Cool. Okay, so number 5 is and I think I already have the move tank.
Nightbot
Or is it
said,
tank turret?
remember to like and subscribe.
Oh wait, I think it might be in the new bullet script. Let me look in there. This would actually be in here. Let's check it out. Now, if it is a miss, um, we do a bunch of different things. So right here, this is where we like explicitly define the logic to
Egg Bacon
play the sound effect.
said, "Why do you have Restream in your videos desk but you use OBS?"
Okay, so you can integrate Raystream in OBS. You can literally use like the Raystream like key and secret key and URL. The way you do that is you go into custom and then you put the links in there. It actually lets you do that, but Raystream has its own thing. Like it has its own like freaking software, but you can actually use third-party tools like OBS.
Egg Bacon said, "Oh,
Okay, so this is if it destroys it. But we want to play a sound if it misses it. So I'll have to create a game manager function. So I'll go in here. Let's see. Where's my audio manager? I swear I had that open. Alright, music's kind of annoying me. Let's exit this. Oops. Okay, so audio manager. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna create like a dedicated. Ooh, shouldn't have done that. That's okay. I know where it is. Sound effects. Okay, so let's add an audio clip for bubble miss sound effect. Okay, so we're gonna have to assign it in the inspector. So let's go ahead and rig that up wherever it is. Oh, there it is. We don't have to stick to that necessarily. What's this? That's cool.
Egg Bacon said, "Why don't you use VS Code?" Egg Bacon said, "For IntelliSense."
I mean, Visual Studio. I've been using Visual Studio for years. I use VS Code for web development, but not necessarily for like game development. I used it for game development, but back when I had a Macintosh. But I find Visual Studio on Windows to be way more integrated with Unity. If that makes sense. What the heck? A burp. Ah, here we go. This is the one I'm looking for. DMCGS43. There we go. By the way, you're working on a World War I game, right? Where even is it? Kind of curious about that. Did my text to speech stop working? Oh no, it didn't. Never mind. Never mind.
Nipet said, "Remember to like and subscribe." Egg Bacon said, If you don't mind, can I ask you your PC specs? I was planning in getting a PC with i5-12600KF GTX 2060 and 16 GDDR4 RAM, and I wanted to know. Egg Bacon
If Unity supports
said,
it.
yes, I am working on a WW1 game. Egg Bacon said, though the progress is slow for now as it's a huge project to do as first.
Mm-hmm.
Egg Bacon said, so I'm doing some tiny ones on the side.
Okay, so to answer your question, if you're looking at it for, I assume, I don't know, GTX is like the first generation of RTX, from what I understand. I don't know if like a GTX 20 series really exists. I mean, it's like from what I understand, if you're going from
Egg Bacon
20 onward,
said, if you want I can talk ABT it more in VC after stream.
yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, usually after stream, we can definitely like talk more in the weekend though, or if you want to talk on stream, we can do that too. But as long as you want to have like a okay, so uh, if you want to talk now in BC, that's cool too. But after stream is going to be a bit iffy.
Egg Bacon said, MB I meant RTX.
Okay, yeah. So uh, RTX 2060. So anything RTX, you should be able to use Unity for. Is it still working? Yeah, it is. Okay, you should probably like consider an RTX 30 series, but
Egg
um,
Bacon
20 series is still
said,
supportable.
yeah, I'm getting on VC if you don't mind.
All right, let's do that. Let me know which one you're on. Ah, there you are. What's up? How's it going? I don't know if you can hear me. Let me turn the sound up a bit.
Test.
Yeah, you're coming in through. You're coming in. Uh, yeah, I can definitely hear you. How's it going? You still there? What's going on? Huh. All right. Okay, so this one's going to be play miss SFX. Now we don't necessarily have. Okay, wait. Let me just look at this really quick. Audio clip. Okay, so these are all audio clips. Okay, there we go. So my game manager. My game manager's a mess. Just a heads up. Hey, you back?
Oh, I just found out
What's going on? Did I accidentally hit mute?
my microphone is acting up a little bit.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I don't know why that is. I mean, Discord's
So
weird.
I was saying, yeah. So I was saying about my World War One game. Since it's my first project and I've been trying to do Unity ever since like 2 months ago, I decided to make some tiny projects on the side because I think it will help me focus more than on the actual project. Because if I just tackle the big
Nipet
project before
said,
having any other
remember to
experience,
like and
then it's
subscribe.
gonna be like finding a head. It's gonna be like impossible,
Yeah, like you
like
definitely want
finding a
to.
needle in a haystack.
That's true. Like, you definitely want to focus on smaller projects. That's what like that.
Yeah.
That's literally reminds me of the situation I was in. When I first started game development. Um,
Die Baderman said. Yo yo.
hey, how's it going? Um,
Egg Bacon said. Sup Die Baderman.
do you want to join the VC,
Also,
Baderman? Um, he's also in the Discord too, so hopefully. Anyway,
oh, wait, what's his name in the Discord?
Arte.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
didn't know that was Debaterman.
Anyway.
So what are you saying?
So early 2024. Okay, so I love this. So I'm a huge Mass Effect fan, right? You know what Mass Effect is,
Yeah.
right? The science fiction. Okay,
Yeah, I
so
know.
I was kind of bankrupt on game ideas. Like I didn't really know like what to make. So I found this book series called Earthrise, written by a Canadian author, Daniel Aronson. It's basically
Mm.
about like humanity gets like wiped out by an alien race that looks like centipedes, and essentially we eventually like launch a nuke into the aliens' homeworld, and the aliens all they can do is fight back against a war of attrition. So essentially, they just keep sending like small fleets to attack Earth, and your main character's mother dies in one of those raids, and essentially it's the main character joining the army and getting revenge and fighting for Earth. Sounds like a
Damn, that sounds a cool book.
yeah, it's a really good series. I'll actually link it to you. Yeah,
Thanks.
let me just let me do it.
Also, if you don't mind, can you quickly tell me what's a serialized field?
Okay, so when you make a field public, other classes can access the data in the class, right? But you can also
Oh,
make
basically a class of classes.
yeah. So like, say you have like a model behavior, a player,
Yeah.
and you assign traits to it. You can do that two ways. You can either make it public, so you can do
Or private.
public float moon speed, or private. But if it's private, you can't really see it in the inspector. So, and
Yeah.
if you make it public, you're sort of violating programming's major rule, like some sort of like I think it's a I forgot the term, but it's like you're allowing other classes to. Now, I generally don't understand it fully, but at the same time, it's like not that big. Like it's apparently frowned upon, like just making your variables
Die
public.
Baderman said. In
Mm.
real-world cross-solar system war would be over before we knew it began. The ordnance used would only need to reach about 15 the speed of.
Yeah, that's not pleasant. Okay, so serialized field essentially like um is a workaround that issue. So, for example,
Basically, you have an issue, and basically, it's to not violate the rules of programming.
yeah, um,
Understood.
I'll call it unspecified rule because it's an actual rule, but I'm blanking on the name. So
Who
you know,
cares?
um, yeah, some of these rules are weird, but you know. Okay, so yeah, so serialized
Damn,
field.
there's a lot of books.
Yeah, this guy like he is a really good writer, and hopefully one day I actually spoke to this guy. I messaged him on Facebook telling him I liked his books. Um, and he said he's not really planning a video game adaptation.
And you wanna make that adaptation.
Yes, sir.
I read your mind. Now you gotta pay me. Yeah.
Die Baderman
But I think you should just
said.
run for president
It
and
would be
have your
more
very
about the
nice
delivery than the
slogan. It's a
explosion,
trap.
so a rail jacket round with tons of propellant.
Wait, what's
Nightbot said. Remember to like and subscribe.
Okay, so as I was saying, okay, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay, I think we should begin.
Happens.
Yeah, so will I get back to that eventually? Yes, but is that like? But I think I'm better off.
After Bubble Tank Frenzy.
Yeah, absolutely. After Bubble Tank Frenzy, um, I do also, and this is a stretch. Are you a fan of Game of Thrones by any chance?
No, sorry. I don't like those very long series.
Oh, like I don't either. But this sh- this Game of Thrones was the only TV show I was actually able to get into. Um, and I want to make a game that's set in Game of Thrones that actually adapts Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Um,
Mm.
the problem is it's getting like you have to deal with the publishers,
Oh,
and I want it to be like The Witcher 3.
yeah.
That's how I envision it anyway.
Yeah,
But
because how
Diebaterman
The Witcher got popular from
said,
the game.
hmm
sci-fi is cool. The scary thing is the
Yeah,
Fermi
let's
paradox
create.
that there are aliens but they are smart
Well,
enough not to say
is this
hello.
like a
Diebaterman
build of?
said, for
Looks
fear of
pretty
weapons
polished to
like the
me.
one described.
um, wait, hold on. Let me try that again. Oh, that's wrong. That's the wrong one. I used the wrong sound effect. Hold on. Let's see.
By, by the way, is there any chance that you can send a build in the Discord server? Because I want to try it.
Yeah, hold on. I do have the link in my YouTube video's description.
Let's see. Oh, playable demo. Found it.
Mm,
Damn, that photo goes out. Which one should I download? Survival mode or bubble fall mode with controller?
survival mode's an older mode, but if I
Which
were
one are you playing
you,
right now?
this is bubble fall mode.
Oh, then I'm gonna do bubble fall. Right. Thank you. Please don't hack my PC on stream.
I'm not. Don't worry.
Are we sure?
Yeah,
Do I
I
have
am.
to trust President Nepal
I am a
after
law,
all? You're
bro.
law-abiding citizen.
Yes, I'm on the side of good.
Yeah. After all, your presidential slogan is "It's a trap."
Yeah, I remember that.
Right. I'm extracting the file.
You're playing on PC, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I noticed you have a laptop as well.
Yes, sir. Nice thing about laptops, if you have a power outage, it
Yeah, you don't lose everything.
yeah, so you're not like scrambling.
Yeah. But wait, Windows. I don't think Bubble Tank Frenzy.
Wait, what happened? I think you cut out. Wait, hold on. Wait, are we still live? We are still live. Did something happen in DC? Did it cut? It cut out. I mean, I agree. Sci-fi is cool, but if
Nightbot said, remember to like and subscribe.
I'm getting myself mixed. Okay. Hopefully your mic will be fixed. I know you said you had mic problems. That's common on Discord.
Debaterman said, for example, at our current rate our species will hit type 1 in around 200 years.
How many civilization types are there? Like, I heard this term before, I just never understood what it really meant. I'm kind of curious. Right.
Debaterman said, consider that means we went from caveman to type 1 in about 75,000 years.
That's crazy. Yo, that's in 75,000 years. Yo, that's nuts. Wait. I read a theory online that Mars, like, we escaped Mars and came to Earth. And so Mars was like Earth-like at one point, but, you know, we ended up escaping it. But all that was lost in history.
Debaterman said, to get to type 2 is nuts, but it's possible since we are in a very empty part of the universe within a galactic cluster.
I don't disagree. Let me open up the chat on my other screen, because sometimes it cuts out. Okay, so we don't even know if traveling faster than light is possible.
Debaterman said, Mars is too small for intelligent life. It's about 1/2 the size of Earth, and humans have only been around for 700k to 13 million years.
Yeah, so that theory completely falls apart. Shame, it's a good theory though.
Which theory? You
Was talking to Debaterman about how humans originally came from Mars.
I don't think so, to be honest.
Well, we'll find out soon enough what actually happened at Mars. Elon Musk says he'll get us there. I don't believe a word he says.
Debaterman
Wait, can you tell
said,
Debaterman to get on
our
PC?
version
I
of
would
humans,
like
Homo
just see
sapiens, I
Minecraft
believe our
of the day.
species has been here for about 75k years. Nightbot
Oh,
said,
yeah, I'll ask him.
Remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, do you want to get on VC with us? In my Discord server, there's a VC called General. If you want to hang out. Huh, I like that sound effect. KK. Sure, that means yes.
Die Baderman said. KK.
As long as this game doesn't get paid DLCs, it's perfect.
Yeah, I'm not gonna... I'll tell you what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna do microtransactions. I'm not gonna do live service. The only time I'd do a paid DLC is if I'm adding like 50 new levels. Like, basically an entirely new game. Like, expansion, like an actual true... yeah, but like, if it's like a small level, I'm not gonna charge any money for that, you know what I mean? That seems kind of lame.
You're not EA, exactly.
Oh, no, I'll never do what EA does. Screw EA.
It's... By the way, the silver bullet sometimes lags the game. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah. You said sometimes, right?
Sometimes, not always. I think it's because you can have different maybe you like have a cluster of the same colored balls and spheres, and thus first they all of the same colored spheres blow up, and then the silver bullet, which may lag the game, but I don't know. Who joined? Is it the Baterman?
Yeah, I think it might be. Hey, how's it going?
I can check.
Hey, 1 second.
Hi, the Baterman, if that's you.
Let's see.
The lagging of the silver bullet. Yeah. So what the reason that's happening is because I'm using a technique called object pooling. And so what that does is instead of like instantiating and destroying all at once, it adds it to a pool, so to be reused. And so at first glance, it doesn't happen all the time, which means like it was already added to the pool before. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, the turn rate of the tank could be faster.
Good point.
Okay, yeah. Audio's working? Check.
Oh, come on. I hate when I shoot the silver bullet not at the front, and so I gotta still deal with a lot of spheres.
You do bring up a good point, though. I gotta figure out a way to adjust the object pool.
Yeah,
Oh, it's streaming. Okay, got it.
Alright.
Alright, so how you guys doing?
We're doing pretty well. Just got off work, and I got the the recoil effect working, so that was...
I didn't see it happening. I was looking, I didn't see anything.
Okay, so...
It wasn't really noticeable.
Ready?
Hold on.
It sort of moves back when you shoot. It's a small move.
All the time?
Yeah, whenever you shoot a silver bullet.
Oh, okay. I'll wait until I see it.
Here we go.
Nightbot Said.
But
Remember
yeah,
to like and subscribe.
I guess it could be a bit
Okay,
bigger.
yeah, I see it. There we go.
I want it to be more noticeable though, so let's see if I can do that.
You can make like a charging effect, I guess, and attach a screen zoom to the charging.
Okay, so
So you hold down left click and it'll charge. You can put like a little charging gauge, and then while the charging is happening, you use a game feel to increase the zoom on the tank for the period of time that the charge is happening.
hmm. Let me write that down because I feel like I'm gonna forget. What's okay? Say it.
Right?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
Camera zoom. So I think it's decrease the field of view as you continue. Yeah, decrease the field of view as you continue to hold down the left click button while you're charging the silver bullet shot. And once you release, silver bullet fires. That'll give you a good, when it's zooming back out to the regular field of view, the tank will do its whole knockback thing. And you'll be good. I mean, that's more polish that you're I think you're dealing with right now. You probably just want to get more game modes done than dealing with polish, but it doesn't take much to do it anyway.
Okay,
It's
where?
probably like maybe like an hour or 2 hours worth of scripting to get all of that in,
Okay,
which really means it's probably going to take 3 days.
so knockback
I person
force.
yeah, but probably I think quality is better than quantity. I wasn't really listening to your argument because I was doing something for school, but if I understood what you said well, I think it's rather polish the game before adding new features.
No, that's a bad idea. You
Mm.
don't want to add it's kind of like counting your eggs before they hatch, because then you're going to be creating connections that you might end up, as you extend the game out, realizing that they're going to create interferences with one another. So you want to try to get the base gameplay done before you apply any kind of extra connections along the way.
You make
I
a
mean,
good
if you
point.
don't do that, then you're just, I mean, go ahead. I mean, everybody has their own thing. Just from experience, I can say that that's a good way to get spaghetti code.
Arte
You
knows what
make
he's
a good
talking
point.
about.
Yeah, he makes a good point now that I think about it.
And just to be
Yeah,
clear,
you want to
I'm no game
go
dev
ahead. Sorry.
expert. Yes, it's true. I
Yeah,
built this, but
you're doing fine, man. You're doing excelente.
That was sounded very Italian.
Eh,
Okay, so I think the camera shake would actually make up for the small lag. Okay, wait, hold on. I
you
thought
could
X.
apply the camera shake when you fire the silver bullet as well as when it impacts, right?
Oh, I think I just do it on impact.
Hmm.
That's two
I
cam.
think the zoom would be good for when you fire it, and then the shake would be good for when it impacts.
So zoom for firing, shake on impact.
Yeah, zoom and then slow down speed when you're about to fire. As soon as you fire it,
What do you think of that?
and shake on the impact. Let me get my game field script, and I'll link it to you on your Discord channel.
Thank you.
I gotta look for it. Hold on. It's really simple to implement, so you can just drag and drop it into your project, and the API is super simple.
I'll definitely look through it. Knockback duration. Let's make that 5.
I think we have to use the one from my 2D RPG, 2.5D. There it is. And I think it should work in a 2D scenario as well. So if you have a 2D game, you can drop it in there too. Should work perfectly fine.
Sweet. Ooh, we got trouble.
Oh, that's game. This is the older one. So the delay was I was still working on the one for implementing Cinemachine. I've just been doing. You see, I stream what I'm doing, so I have like a ton of other stuff that I'm trying to take care of. So I never got back to taking care of that one. But so this is the one without Cinemachine support, basically.
Okay. Let's see. Trying to get my feel just right.
Game feel. Where are you?
I should have tested this out in the editor first. I want to make the recoil a bit more noticeable, so...
Yeah, that's what I was. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm giving you this game feel script right away, so you can just use it and test it. But 1 sec. I just need to find it. I'm using my file explorer because I don't want to open Unity. Oh, I'm just like trying to find it there.
Big laziness.
Nicked. Said,
There we go.
hi there, sorry Arte wanted to go to sleep but I kinda got dragged into Roman's Discord.
Oh, hey Nick. How you doing, man?
Nicked?
Yeah,
You
Nick's
are...
here.
You
Hi,
are...
Nick.
He was roasting my,
Egg bacon. Said. Sup nicked.
He was,
Nicked.
not necessarily roasting, but,
Said.
you know.
Hand pink
Isn't
waving.
it like 4 a.m. in the morning where you are right now? Like it should be like 2 or 4 a.m., dude. Like get
For
some
me,
sleep,
it's
bro.
midnight.
How do you guys stay up so late?
Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. The fact is, I
Found
don't
it.
know. I don't know. Maybe it's just something Italians have, but they do not care about sleepiness unless they're 14 years old. I can say this with experience.
See.
Maybe it's because I'm Sicilian and we eat so much
Nicked.
cannolo that it
Said.
has so much sugar
Yeah,
in it. We
midnight for
stay
me.
up.
Cannolis? Oh, cannolis are good.
Yeah, you should come here in Sicily and taste the true one.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so...
love them. Absolutely love them. If you do not love them, I will cut your pizza supply off.
Fair enough. Also, question for you.
Yeah.
What PC are you playing this on?
I'm playing on. Wait. It's not the best one because it's really a work laptop, but it's an expert book B1502.
It doesn't have a graphics card, does it?
No, I'm
Okay.
poor.
Okay, I sent you the file. You can just drag and drop it into your thing. Actually, check it out. So since I'm here, I can just point it out to you how the API uses whenever you get the moment, though, obviously.
Actually, I can see from here. Yeah, hold on. First of all, let me do that.
Let me open it up. So
let me actually open
I'll
it
see
up.
it when you show it.
I don't want to like expose our private conversations. I don't like doing that.
Okay,
I got.
all right, no problem.
But what if we want to know about your private conversations?
I mean, that's usually like a rule of etiquette. You don't do that. It's a decency. It's a first principle.
I'm kidding.
Okay, so game feel. You made this an instance. Great.
Just drop it in wherever it makes sense. It is a mono behavior, so you want to put it on whatever is a manager. So find your game manager, the object that your game manager is on, and just slap it underneath it. Even if there's a double instance of it, it'll only remove the component. It won't remove the whole game manager.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
Nightbot. Said. Remember to like and subscribe.
Okay, so let's see. Camera. I'm not gonna like modify this at all, just for preservation.
Yeah.
You got camera shake, shake duration, shake magnitude, Damping speed is shaking. Oh goddamn. Okay, so these are all private. You can't. You got time slowdown variables. So pretty much everything here is related to time slowdown. Zoom variables. Okay, so this is where the zooming applies. Okay, so this is all like just freaking. You assign the main camera in here. Good practice.
I'm literally so cooked. I am making a PowerPoint about Unity and C Sharp.
A PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'm making a whole bloody PowerPoint. I'm already at 19 slides. I can show it to you if you want.
Nicked. Said. How many people are here? Arte, you're lacking with your streams, man.
Lacking with a stream. What?
I'm not even saying anything, bro. Like, what the heck?
Okay, so this is just a camera, not like a
This is
Cine
just
machine.
camera.
Yeah, like not necessarily a Cine machine camera, but just a regular camera.
Like Nick, I was invited. It wasn't like I didn't plan to. This is the moment where I'm usually just reading stuff and preparing for tomorrow, man.
Okay, so late update. Okay, so why do okay? There's one thing I've always like. I need to wrap my head around this. What's the point of late update?
If you don't want camera jitter, use late update. Late update happens at the end of the frame, so all other things that would have happened to any transform already happened. That means that any changes to values that you're making to the camera transform
Nicked.
will happen only
Said.
once at the end of the frame.
But you're here, that's all that I need.
But you're here. That's all that I need. Nicked. Okay. All right, so this is where camera shake occurs. Dramatic shake. Interesting.
Nicked. Said. Also, I'm tired, so soon I'll be talking like I am on Roman S night streams.
Oh yeah, he streams at
Hey,
night
listen,
too.
you did it to yourself, brother. Like no one is keeping you awake. Get some sleep. You don't blame me for your destroyed sleep schedule.
Egg bacon.
Yeah, but
Said.
Nepalvi, do
Mohammed
you know
Liko.
Mohammed Leko?
Who is that?
Basically, I don't remember who, but someone edited the Roman like if he was from the Middle East, and now I call Roman Mohammed Leko.
So that's
Let's see if
actually
we can
Roman.
find the picture.
Yeah, well, Roman is from Chile, right? But somebody did a
Yeah.
Photoshop of him with a looking like as if he was from Afghanistan or something.
Afghanistan?
What if
That's funny.
a JavaScript developer was born in Chile and Roman was born in Afghanistan?
Okay.
But I could sense you were about to, Nick. I
Nick.
could feel it in my bones.
Said.
Oh,
I didn't
for
claim
a
it was
second
your
I thought
fault.
I had found the image, but no, it's low taper Leko. I found them.
So you can see how the API looks. It's just one call that you can make. You have the dramatic shake. The rest of that stuff is just helpers. They're private, but they're all static calls to get access to it.
Ask the check
Dang.
memes channel. Check the memes channel in Nepal V7.
Oh my, that's a fedora. Oh my god, Robin.
Roman got cooked there. Poor Roman though.
Right? And then you have the dramatic time slow,
Oh, this will be useful.
right? So if you notice how I set it up, it has a parabola effect where you can
Why?
designate where
Why
you
did
can
they photoshopped a woman as like an oil tycoon man. I don't know how to explain it.
So you can designate the magnitude, and then it's like a curve. So you can pick when time actually will come to its. So the magnitude
Nightbot
is the in
said,
all cases, all of the
remember to
API
like
setup
and
is the same. The
subscribe.
magnitude is the maximum amount normalized. So if you go to 1, that means that you're going to pause your game effectively. You can select what percentage of the entire duration is the on ramp to that max magnitude, the duration you're spending at that max magnitude, and then it handles the outro the rest of the way. That's how it's set up for all three types of dramatic effects with the camera. They all work the same way that way.
Huh. Okay, so earlier you said this is all static. So you have one function that's a static, but and it okay, that's a pretty cool set. How long did it take you to do this? This is a pretty top-notch setup.
Probably like I would say maybe 40 minutes. About 40, maybe 40 minutes to an hour.
Dang, dude. This is some quality code.
I mean, the thing is that when you have a clear picture of what you're going to do, it's not that long. When you don't, then you just fiddle around until you get it. This time, I had done something like this before, and I just wanted to make a better version of it, so it was pretty quick.
I don't know if actually I'm definitely gonna like reference some of this stuff.
You don't need to reference. You can literally use the exact code in any project.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, fair.
I mean, if you want to try to make it better, go right ahead. But at the same time,
Uh,
it's just such a direct API that you don't really need to do much with it.
okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Right? Like go to where you handle your camera shake right now in your project. I'm assuming this script is in your project already, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Uh
go to where you call your camera shake, or better yet, turn off your current camera shake.
I mean
Go to where you have
trigger shake.
yeah, wherever it is in your script. Just go to where it is, disable that, because there's really only two things that you need to do for this to work.
Let me bring in your game feel really quick.
Just comment the part out.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You don't really need to do much. So wherever it is that you're actually calling the call to do it, just comment that out.
I don't think this is in my project yet. Let me actually put it in.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me do that first. Uh
Mm.
All right. You just need to make sure you put it in your scene somewhere, and it'll be good. Because it's a singleton instance.
I'll definitely put it in my level essentials.
Okay. What the heck? Oh, okay. I'm looking at the stream, so I'm like behind a little bit.
Okay, so at this point I created the
Nicked
script.
said, how many folders does one
How many
man need?
folders does one man need?
Egg bacon
A million.
said, too many.
Dude, if you don't have at least 1 million folders, who
Nicked
are you?
said, I can tell.
Can't add script
Okay.
game field because script cannot be found. Make sure there's no compilers. Why is it saying that? Why is it telling me that?
It shouldn't really do anything else. Just once you drag, unless you have something else named game feel in your project.
Nightbot
No.
said,
No,
remember to like and subscribe.
I don't think I do.
Why don't you do this? Go
I'm
to the
gonna
game field script that I gave you. I think you created it accidentally twice, but go to the game field script, go to the very top of it.
I'm
Okay.
gonna add a very beautiful sound effect.
Go to the very top.
Yeah, I'm watching your stream. You know what? Let me when you catch up to it in your stream, I'll be able to. Listen. You got to deal with that latency, man. It's like a 30-second delay.
I think I'm just gonna stream on YouTube because I don't know. I don't
There
get
we
any
go.
viewers on Twitch. Also, Twitch is
Okay. So I go to the second line or whatever it is. Just go above it and type in above where it says public class, like right above that. Type in namespace ARTELIB and then open close the brackets.
LIB
ARTELIB
and
and then namespace brackets and then just put the script inside of the namespaces brackets.
I see what you mean.
That should take care of that.
There's something else here. Okay, wait. Scrolling too much.
Curly braces, not parentheses.
Oh, that's what these are.
Okay. They look like on my screen.
I feel personally threatened by this code.
Okay, so now you should be able to not have that error. Because I could have sworn I saw you accidentally make a second game feel mono behavior that was just empty. So maybe it's
Oh,
reading both of them.
I think it's because I downloaded it and it opened it up in Visual Studio. That's probably what it
Probably, but
was.
I know I saw a second one and it was like an empty mono behavior. So with the namespace now we should be fine. Go to wherever it is in your script, and then where you have the shake, just comment that out, and then in the same line, just do game field dot dramatic shake, and just play with the value. And that's literally all it takes for it to work.
Okay, so I don't think that really worked. Hold on. Okay, so game feel.
You have to do using artlib at the very top of your script.
Oh, I thought I did. Oh, using artlib.
Nicked. Said. Your voice strongly
still am
reminds me
waiting
of
for your
another
stream to catch
YouTuber,
up,
but
though,
for
so
the
I'm
life
not
of
sure
me,
what
I
you're doing.
can't remember.
Hold on. Let's try this. Okay, so maybe sometimes Unity tells you like, "Hey, the script doesn't exist," and it's like, yeah, it does. So let's try.
Nick, your
Let's
okay.
try. Let's try.
Sorry, go ahead.
Here, let's try it this way.
So Nick says your voice strongly reminds me of another YouTuber, but for the life of me, I can't remember. So you mean like Art voice, Nick? Are you, kind of reminds you of Art's voice, Art's my voice, or, or
Hmm?
uh,
Okay, what the hell? Okay, so I'm going to delete this one.
you. I feel bad though, like
No, you're
the
good.
fact
You're
that he's
good.
still awake.
Something like happened.
Lonely Canard. Said. Hand pink waving.
Yeah, you're
Nicked.
using. You're not. You're that game
Said.
feel is.
No.
You notice it doesn't have a namespace.
Nicked. Said. Brothers just self-inserting.
This shouldn't be so friggin' complicated, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like it should just be drag and drop, and it should work.
That's what
I'm
I'm
not sure what
saying.
the heck just happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Like
it's a Unity glitch.
I think when you drag, when whatever it is, or however you decided to do it, if you didn't drag and drop, you did something else, and it made a duplicate of it. And I saw when it did it for like a fraction of a second.
But
So
where
you
did I put
have
it
game
though?
feel twice in your project.
Let me see. Is that even true? Hold on. Wait, what happened? In scripts.
Bro's just self-inserting.
But... Okay, so there's only one. It should appear twice if that was the case. Okay,
I'm
cool.
gonna play Counter Strike.
Nightbot. Said. Remember to like and subscribe.
All right, I think we're good now. So now let's go back to my now that we're back in business, let's go to my camera shake. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, so where's my game manager? Wait, that would actually not be in here. It would be in the bullet class. Or when I get hit.
Lonely Canard said, Nick, you scare me.
Wait, someone accessing your account or
No, that's me.
oh, that's you. Okay, so here I am. Let's see, game feel dot camera shake.
Nicked said, that's good, I think.
Game feel dot. Let's see, dramatic
Lonely
shake.
Canard said, you should be asleep.
Magnitude 0.5.
Dramatic. D. Just dramatic.
Yeah.
Camera shake.
Wait, why don't we do this? Why don't I share my screen in Discord?
Oh.
Yeah, because I feel like that'd be better. Hold on. I think I can actually.
I keep forgetting. My
Hold
bad.
on. No, you're good. You're good.
Let's see.
Can I like?
Are you sharing over? You can share over the channel, right? General channel.
Pretty sure I can. It's a voice channel. Gee, why does this have to be so hard? Edit channel. Oh, here. Here. I figured it out. Never mind. Nope, I didn't. Ugh.
It should be. There's like a little button at the very bottom of the Discord, right underneath where your name is.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah,
Sure.
and it should just say share your screen, and then you can select Unity from there as the app you want to share.
We'll do the entire screen.
Open watch stream. There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
We're in business.
Yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
I got 0.5 here, right?
So you can just leave the rest of it empty if you want to, because everything is just set to like default values that I found worked well. It should be. Let's see. Oh yeah, and you need to give it a duration. So
said, I'll listen to Go to
like
Sleep by
0.25,
Justin
I guess,
Oval. Maybe he'll
for your
convince
shake,
me to not damage
if you
myself.
want something more noticeable. But
Wait.
these are in seconds.
So 0.2 seconds.
Said, graded per BTW.
Right. The rest
love
of it
him.
you can fill in if you want to for just more control. But it's going to go like 50-50. It's going to have an intro, a subtle intro, peak at the magnitude that you've selected, and then the subtle outro for 50% of it. You can adjust, the rest of it just allows you to adjust that shifting, how long the intro is, how long the peak is. That's basically it. If you want to have that level of fine control.
Okay, destroy all bubbles sequentially. Where does this do? Oh, this is for...
You could have just commented that stuff out. You didn't have to like do all of that, but it's just to see, because I don't know, maybe you're not going to like game feel. Who knows?
I mean, you seem pretty confident in it, so going off your it gives me good vibes.
Oh, hopefully you like it. But again, if you can make it better, do it, don't be afraid to mess with the code and poke at it.
Okay. I should also have another script. New bubble. Wherever it says trigger shake. Oh wait, it's a player health controller. Sorry. I'm like all over the place.
It's cool.
My brain is like, usually like on weekdays I never stream game development because my brain is like mush. It's worse than Joe Biden's. I'm kidding.
I think that Nick has
That's why you should become president.
risk of
You'll
rain too
win
if he
faster
ever
than Joe
joins us.
Biden's.
Nipet
I can learn a
said,
thing or two.
remember to like and subscribe.
Okay, the Joe Biden
But
thing
I
was a
think
joke.
Oh,
Nick
now
Nicked
it's engraved.
said, nah, now
Wait,
I wanna listen to music.
imagine
uh
dying and this is what you killed you.
Imagine dying.
No, just look. Imagine
what the
you
fuck?
die and this
What
is
does
what
that mean?
killed
Imagine dying. What the fuck? What the heck do you mean?
Wait,
What the
what are
fuck?
you? What are you? Where
you. Look, imagine
Oh,
dying and this is what the thing that
what does
killed
that
you.
even mean? Like,
Imagine this thing kills you
where are you
Nicked
showing it?
said,
I think
on
he's
oh yeah,
streaming
I was
on
supposed to
yeah,
buy
he's
it.
also streaming. Let's see.
Nicked
Oh, you are.
said,
Okay.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Nicked said, ha ha ha.
Wait, am I still on? Hold on. Okay, I don't know. I guess I got kicked out.
Nepal, did you get lost in the fog?
I guess you could say that. Maybe.
Nepal,
Am I echoing?
no, doesn't seem so.
All right, let's test this out. I'm gonna give you credits, Arte.
Just try it out. Listen, my satisfaction comes with the code being useful for others. That's my satisfaction, dude. So I would love to see the effect of this and if you enjoy it.
Okay. Why isn't it working?
You need to have it in your scene, remember?
Nicked said,
Oh, I
the
thought I
fog
do.
is coming, watch your step.
I don't know. You attached it to something?
I attached it to my level essential script. Oh, object rather. Could have just done that. Ugh.
One sec.
Let me see if I have any errors. I don't.
So I think you're still on Be Right Back on stream.
No, seriously. No. Wait, am I still stream? Wait, I stopped streaming on Discord.
Right. I was trying to follow your stream on YouTube, but I think you're still on Be Right Back.
Once
Okay.
Nepal we left the stream is starting thing, I think like 5 minutes into the stream.
Oh, was it there the whole time? Jesus. Okay, my bad. All right. Um. Hopefully we should be back. Like, yeah. Let's. YouTube following from YouTube is not until I just switch straight to YouTube, which I'll do. Okay, so let me actually show you what's actually happening. So this is how my setup looks right now. I got the level essentials and game feel.
Um, Watch stream. There we go. Okay.
So right now,
yeah, game feel is there. It's
okay.
going very slowly. Why? Is that normal?
Uh,
Or is it just the stream?
it's probably just the stream. Hold on. Are you talking about the tank?
No, I think the frame per second. I think it's the Discord stream. The frames are just super low. No, your FPS is crazy good still. Okay.
All right, ready for this?
So you're firing, but you're not seeing any
Oh,
shake.
Alte,
So
can I
maybe
ask
you
you
need to
something?
increase the magnitude.
Oh, that's probably it. Yeah.
Alte, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go for it.
Are you on laptop or on PC?
PC.
Yeah, I wanted to get a PC because I don't think this laptop is gonna help me a lot in Unity. Which specs do you have so I can see?
My PC is I mean, I can just tell you basically. Well, I mean, I can't tell you anything really. It just comes down to what are you going to do with it. Saying game dev is one thing. If it's just like I need to run
Nipet
Unity, you could pretty much
said,
run it on any
remember to
modern
like and
PC. You shouldn't
subscribe.
have to spend any more than maybe
Nicked
$500 or
said,
$600.
I can't find your
Yeah,
Discord
but I
link.
also want to play some games on it because
Oh,
who doesn't?
wait. You can. Okay, so it should be in my bio on my YouTube channel, unless I accidentally removed it, which might be true. Let me send it to you, Nick.
So
Hold on, let me just help Nick with something.
sure.
Wait, did I copy it?
Ask him a ton of questions about your texture, your camera texture stuff, and also your AI stuff.
Neppalv
I like
said,
watching people get tortured that are not me.
HTTPS Discord GGJ34XMFGW.
My texture?
Nicked
No, Nick
said,
always has these questions
I
that
should
lead me
be
to
checked that first. Remember to
being
like
super
and
confused.
subscribe.
Not just me, anybody he asks.
Oh. Okay.
Nick is like the one person that just used to ask the teacher impossible questions to get some fun out of it.
I don't think he's having fun though. I think
Oh.
it's a legitimate question. It's just he's confused. I'm confused. Everyone is always confused.
To confuse your enemy, you must first confuse yourself.
Yes.
That's a good quote.
What could skip?
Said somebody
No.
somewhere at some point.
Okay, God.
In 2022, let's say.
Alright, let's see how this works, guys. Okay, so that
Nicked said,
hey, that worked.
haha, I'm
Wait,
great
I
at
can
explaining
gamble.
things.
So you
Bro.
got it, the shake worked?
Yeah. Holy
Oh
shit.
shoot, I'm watching it on YouTube again. Give me a second. Okay.
Wait,
that's it.
Nepal I can gamble. Do you want to see this epic gambling?
Gamble.
Nice.
Okay, so
Let's
all
go
I gotta do.
gambling!
Actually, let me get hit. Okay, so that's that can actually be changed.
99.9%
So it
of
looks like I gotta
gamblers
work
quit
with
bingo night
bigger
early.
numbers.
So now you also have the ability to do the dramatic zoom. So you can go in on the point where you're about to fire, and if the firing bullet that you're firing is silver, you can do gamefield.dramatic zoom, and you could also do gamefield.dramatic time slow or whatever it is, and get those effects right away like that now.
I got a baby panda.
A baby
If
panda.
you gamble, you can get baby pandas. Keep that in mind.
Okay. Okay, so let's see. Shake duration. I'll do like
Nicked
0.5.
said,
Shake
why can't I
magnitude.
see the epic gambling unfair?
0. Let's do like, I don't know, 50.
Nicked said, I demand a refund, Neppal.
Refund for what? What is going on here? I'm like so lost right now. Wait, Arte, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm
Oh.
watching on Discord.
Oh, okay, cool. I thought like it just stopped connecting all of a sudden. Yo, this is lit. I'm definitely gonna give you credits because there's no way I would have ever came up with it. So
Nicked
Yeah, and you
said,
can fine tune it as much as you
yes.
like because now you can manage how much shake you want to apply before the middle point and how little you want to apply at the outro. Like the other options are optional to fill in. It'll by default give you 50-50. So it's as detailed as you want to make it.
It's the beauty of having a Discord server. You can find people that can help you, not just bully you.
Yeah, but bullying is fun. I got a message. What was that message?
okay, about I used to troll when I was in my younger days. When I was 24. Nah, I don't know what
Wait, you're
happened.
older than 24?
I am 20. I'm 29.
He's
Dang.
the gambling. Sorry, the gambling that they're talking about, Nick. I think they're playing a different
Nipet
game.
said,
I don't know. It's some game
remember to
called
like
Crunk.
and subscribe.
Oh,
But they're
crunk is
playing it.
like in my server. That's literally a voice chat called crunking.
Right. They're playing a different game, so it's not the
I'm
avatars.
not actually gambling. It's like you play the game, and for every 100 coins you earn by killing people, you can spin a wheel and get different cosmetics. So not actually gambling.
Okay, so next thing, let's do the camera zoom thing.
Yeah. While it's not actually gambling, 99.9% of gamblers quit before they win big.
Okay, so excuse my messy code. Okay,
Spaghetti called mom.
so right in here, I got on fire, spawn bullet, let's see. If the bullet index is silver, so like right here, this is where I applied the knockback. You have
Right.
that
So
you
now right there you can apply the time slow and also the zoom.
so let's see, game feel dot dramatic slow.
And
I'll
I think this is normalized, so if you go to 1, it'll pause the game once it hits the peak.
let's
Nicked.
do
Is it
0.9.
Said. I should make like a tutorial on how to make a good looking Discord because I just wanna claw my eyes out when I look at smaller Discords.
Please do. I would absolutely
Nicked.
love a tutorial on that.
Said. And instead of talking to the wall
Hey,
I can
Asta,
just send a link.
if an Italian makes code, is it always spaghetti code?
That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay.
Thanks.
Total
Coming from an
time.
Italian self.
Depends. It depends on how much copy pasta was used.
Okay, so peak hold. I think I'll just leave
I'm
those as
gonna
default.
I'm gonna gift you a free pizza.
Okay, let's do game field dramatic slow first.
Let's go gambling.
Wait, I thought pizza was an American invention. Italian American invention. No?
There's different types of pizza. It's weird,
You
right?
know,
So in Italy they have their own pizza. Then when I went to Europe and I ordered pizza, you would get they have still the Italian the pizza that looks like it's different. It tastes different. But then if you
all
go to
right.
America, it just depends on where you go. So if I go to New York, the pizza is super salty compared to any
Nicked.
pizza that I ever had in
I'm
Italy.
Said.
Sicilian and my
I could
father
set
is
that up for
American.
you
From
tomorrow
what
because
he
when I
told me
see
at
that we can
least,
talk in
that
rules I just
American pizza is
nicked.
much oilier
Said.
and saltier, like you said.
I lose faith.
But here in Sicily, at least, the pizza
It's much
usually,
sweeter.
yeah, it's sweeter because we also use cherry tomatoes, and also we mostly bake it with wood fire. I don't know how to call it. But another thing is that the ingredients are mostly made by us. Well, like I never went in America. I don't know if you also make your own dough, but yeah,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
uh, we can make every ingredient that's not the cheese because cheese requires special equipment
So how does it feel?
let's see.
to eat or to make the pizza.
We're about to find out.
How does it feel to what?
Doesn't slow down. You think it's because I'm using like
Maybe the duration is too short.
the
Wait,
duration? Oh, maybe. Actually,
Yeah,
you know,
duration is the second value.
I have an idea. Um, I don't know why I'm hard coding it. This is probably okay. So I'm going to create some serialized fields. Time slow duration. Okay, so let's do a couple. So the serialized field. Before I get roasted, I'm going to use your serialized fields. Private float, time slow, duration.
Yeah.
Get a default value. And then what's the second one?
The magnitude.
Okay. Time slow, magnitude. I had a 15. Okay, that sounds more
I
right.
wouldn't do 15 because you really don't see 15. Like sorry, the eyes generally pick up at around 25% of a second. 0.15 is really fast.
True. Okay, so now let us
wait.
go to game feel. Okay. Dramatic slow. Okay, so the first parameter is magnitude. Time slow magnitude. Time slow duration.
Also, Nepal, you know how
Nightbot
before you said that you thought
said,
that pizza was an
remember to
Italian
like and
American invention?
subscribe.
Wait, what did I say?
You said you thought that pizza was an American Italian invention.
That's not true, is
No.
it?
Yeah. You wanna know the origin story for it?
Please.
Past the proto pizza that the Greeks and Romans made, when during I think I don't remember, it was late 1800s or the or Middle Ages. There was a queen of southern Italy called Margherita, and she was walking to the streets of her kingdom, and someone saw her and
Nick
decided to make a food.
said,
And since the new flag
remember
that
to
was
like and
proposed was
subscribe.
the tricolor, so the modern flag of Italy, he decided to make a dough with red tomato sauce, cheese, and basil. So red, white, and green. And it named after the queen. Sorry for my bad explaining. I suck at English.
No, you're good.
Oh, thanks.
So, a chef wanted to make a queen food, and
Yeah.
through a series of events, pizza was invented. Invented. I can't speak.
Pizza was more evolved. Like you
So
can,
I think what's
if you
happening. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. I think what's
Nick
happening is that
said,
you are applying
and they
the
all live
effect,
happy ever after.
but you can't really get a sense of it because nothing is actually happening on screen for the period of time that the slow is happening. Try to do the add the zoom in effect, and the zoom in is going to be slowed down by the time slow, and that should be more pronounced for you.
So add the zoom in effect next. Okay, so dramatic slow and then zoom in effect. You can do that like, do you do dramatic slow first or zoom in effect?
Doesn't matter. It's all happening in the same frame.
Okay, so zoom amount, I have to create variables. Give me one sec. Okay, so the parameters here are.
It's the same thing, magnitude and duration.
So I don't even need to do these. Okay. I'll use the same stuff. Okay, so time, slow, magnitude.
We keep the API super simple.
Alright, let's watch this boy. Watch this thing. Let's watch this thing work. Okay, so let's see. 0.5, 0.5, or 0.9. Let's try that. This API is really simple. Like, I don't, no disagreement there.
let's go gambling.
Alright,
I got a Viking back.
here is the moment of truth. Shit.
It works.
Here's the here's the moment of the truth. Shit. Quote.
Oh yeah, that's
The
cool.
top 10 most inspirational quotes by Nepal V.
Arte, you're getting credits for this. You really are. I appreciate you.
Yeah. I don't think your name means art in Italian for no reason.
I think that Arte is like Latin.
I don't know about Latin because I decided to get high school where they don't teach Latin, but arte means art in Italian.
Nicked said, shit, best thing ever.
I'm just glad it works. All right, so you're good. You can go ahead and dissect it as much as you like. Make it better. But I'm happy it works for you.
Why is it zooming in all the
Too well.
way?
Too well.
Nightbot said,
I gotta go.
remember to
everyone.
like and subscribe.
All right, take it
Thanks
easy, man.
for
and
thanks
stay
for
safe.
joining in. Yeah, but why is it zooming in all the way though? That's weird.
Bye.
Have a,
Bye.
See you in see ya.
see ya.
See ya. It could just be because of how it's caged. So you might have to, because Unity does that sometimes where it doesn't actually update when you update the inspector. Hence why I don't really do it that way. So like I've ran into the case where I made a change of value on the inspector, but for whatever reason, Unity chooses not to update the value inside of the code. So you could just have
Nicked.
to turn off
Said.
the play,
Could you
change the
explain why
value,
there
and
is
then go
just
back to
random screaming every so often?
That is egg and bacon. I don't know.
Yeah, I could.
Is this urge? It's all good though. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for joining in.
Where is Nick? I keep seeing like this message pop up on.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
there you
he's
are.
there. He's there.
Cool beans.
Game developers have strength in numbers. I feel like I'm in a game jam now, which is cool. Okay, that's still happening.
All right. So is it
Nicked.
working better when
Said.
you or is the
I
Zoom
see.
still weird? It shouldn't be
Nicked.
broken.
The zoom is
Said.
still zooming.
Explains a lot.
Yeah.
So dramatic zoom. Zoom amount. You said 30. 30?
30. No, that's a huge number. It's normalized. So it should be one should be like full in Zoom.
Hmm.
How about this? Get rid of on the dramatic zoom, get rid of the magnitude that you have there and just put 0.01.
Okay. Let me oof. 0.01.
Yeah. Oh shoot, I'm watching you on YouTube again. Hold on, let me go back to
Am I still
Discord.
streaming on Discord?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
Um
0.01 is there.
there we go. Okay.
Alright, let's try running this again. Why is my ear so itchy?
I just want to get a sense of what the actual value is. Because you might have a different field of view for your game, and maybe that's what it is.
My
I'm
camera
not
is
sure.
perspective, and I'm not really using Cinemachine either, so
Shouldn't matter. I just maybe the formula could use some reworking. Is what I'm thinking at this point. If it is the case,
dang it.
where's the silver bullet? It's like, wait, oh, wow, you just like zoomed in all the way.
Yeah, why is it 0.01? Oh, wait, hold on. There's another value I'm not setting. There's also duration. Do you think that might be it?
Nicked.
Hmm,
Said. Okay, I'm gonna go
I
now.
don't know.
There's work to do tomorrow. See
Shouldn't
you
be.
tomorrow, I guess.
See you tomorrow, Nick. I'm trying to get
Take
some
it
sleep.
easy, Nick.
Hold duration. I guess that doesn't really matter.
No, none of that. That's just that's just like the extra stuff. The left one, the first one should be go 0.001. I'm just very confused.
So zoom amount. Main camera's null.
Uh,
Do that. If it's not zooming, original field of view. What's the field of view? Okay. Then zoom amount, zoom duration, hold duration, outro duration, duration. If push comes to shove, we can put breakpoints in
go
here.
down, go down a little bit.
Oh, we got another one
Nicked.
here.
Said. I'm not gonna take it easy, haha.
No, go down a little
Nicked.
bit, just a little bit more. I want
Said.
to see the rest of that class. There,
So
up a little
mischievous.
bit. There we go.
Oh, right here. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what it's doing.
I never
I
seen
can tell you.
unscaled.
Never seen what? Oh,
Unscaled
unscaled. Yeah.
delta time.
Nightbot said, remember to like and subscribe.
So we come to the target FOV. M, camera, field of view, math, lerp. Original to the target FOV. Go back up.
Sure.
Where do we set the target FOV? Zoom amount. So it's just a very small number.
Hmm.
Okay, gotcha. Go back. It's not normalized. I know what's happening. Go back. And
Oh.
it's not supposed to be normalized. It's supposed to be, so go back to your Unity.
Oh, Unity.
Yeah. And just go to where your camera is. Uh and change your field of view to something you feel uh is where you would like it to zoom into, basically.
Oh, that's the.
Zoom in, zoom in.
Oh
That's
shit.
zooming out.
Okay, 60. Zoom in.
Yeah, so like usually like 45 or something like that. Like around where would you like it to get to, basically?
Okay, so we're at 60 right now. Uh,
So you probably 45 is where you want.
let's do 35.
Okay. So then when you go down, just select 35 as the zoom value.
So that's why you had 30 in there.
Yeah.
Oh wait, is this an integer or a float? It's a float. Okay,
Float.
and
Okay, now it should work fine.
so that actually makes sense.
Oh,
I
but you
knew.
want you actually want to change the duration, I think, because that duration is super quick. Point two point two. Point two is gonna be like, it's gonna be like a flash. So probably 0.5 is a good.
And also, I'll get a lot of complaints about nausea. Uh, we live in a litigation-rich country.
Yep.
Can you get sued for making a game too addicting?
Nope.
Good. All right, here we go. Shit,
What
that's still zoomed in.
the heck was that?
Actually, wait. Let's look at the camera though. The camera is actually like what's zooming in.
Fair.
All right, here we
What the
go.
heck was that?
It went all the
It
way
went to
down.
like it went to like negative something. What number did you put in? Because it doesn't make sense for it to go to some random number.
I put it at 30
35.
here. Oh, did I not? Shit, I didn't save. Oh, that's my fault.
No problemo.
At least we can understand what's happening though, so that's good. We got some insights.
Yep, yep,
Common source of bugs: you just forget to save.
yep. I was like, what the heck was that? It at least getting to 30.
The YouTube algorithm brought us together for a reason. Okay, now that's lit. Now let me try that again. I saw something that's interesting, or at least that. Huh?
Right? So now you see how fast it jerks back out?
Yeah.
Well, it's hard for me to really tell because Discord is kind of laggy, but you can adjust that. So if you if you go in, you can make the outro last longer
Oh,
and the
the
intro be slower, or
let's
the intro
see.
be shorter and the outro last longer.
So shorter, you had it at 0.2.
So we have two. We can assume the way that it works is like this. It's going to calculate
Nightbot
the whole
said,
duration and
remember
the
to like and
outro,
subscribe.
right?
Mhm.
So if you want, by calculating those two, it assumes what the intro length is going to be because it's normalized between 1 and 0.
Right.
So if you have it at, let's say you have it at, like, you put that right there at 0.6,
Mhm.
and then let's say you do the outro at 0.4, that means the intro is going to be 0 seconds long, so you'll immediately jump straight to the highest point,
And then
right?
and then the outro is going to be
So,
slower.
well, no, no, no. In this one, the outro is going to stay the same. The intro is going to be roughly 0.4. The outro is going to be 0.1. And the way that you have it now is that at the peak, in other words, it's going to pause for 0.6 of the zero point 0.2 duration, because it's all based on that duration that you put in. So
Huh.
think of them like a percentage of the duration. So right now it's going to be 60% of the zero point 0.2 is going to be at the peak of the zoom.
Oh.
Is the way you get it?
So now, yeah. So it's going to be super fast.
Right.
Huh.
It's
I
going
need
to
to.
be, oh, right now you're zooming in to 35 and you're zooming in. Oh, I'm reading it wrong. Whoops. You're zooming into 35. And you're going at 0.5 duration, so 0.5 of a second. 2%, or sorry, 20% of that is going to be at the peak. 60% is going to be at the end outro of that 0.5. So right now, yeah, it's going to be play it. Let's see what it feels like. I'm just telling you like how it's set up to work for the intro outro stuff.
It's worth knowing though. Like, did I save? Yeah, I did. I added brakes when your tank spins out of control.
Oh, you mean like you could press B and brake?
Control. So like, let's
Oh,
say like I hit this cactus and I start skidding. I can just hit control and it will reorient the tank.
that's cool.
It kind of makes it realistic because when you hit a bush when you drive, I don't recommend it, but let's just say you do. You see what just happened?
Now, what was it?
Here, let's try it again.
It zoomed. I saw that, but I'm not sure what else.
So it zoomed in. It seemed equidistant. Stay there for 2.2 seconds. All right.
Well, it stays there for 20% of 0.5 of a second.
Okay, so now that we establish the issue
Mhm.
here has nothing to do with the variable, I think. Okay, so let me copy this because I have shit memory. Not even joking. I have short term memory. I'm kidding, I don't, but it's pretty bad.
Well, everybody has short-term memory. If you didn't, then you wouldn't be able to function.
Let's see. So the first variable name, uh, zoom amount. Okay,
Zoom amount, duration, and whatever the heck else I named things.
whole duration and outro duration. So zoom amount. I'm gonna put that at 35f. Duration, zoom duration. That's fine where it is. I'm not
I
gonna.
think the only thing I would go ahead.
I'm not gonna hit save because it's gonna like save that in the inspector, and then I'm gonna be like, hey, why isn't this working? Oh, because I gotta change the inspector. Because it's like the inspector takes precedence, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Once you initialize it, the inspector is going to take precedence over whatever values are there. Is what Unity writes into its metadata. So that's what's going to be there.
Okay. All right. So now that we got what's you're in Eastern time.
Yeah.
Same here. All the snow, man, it's making me depressed.
It didn't snow that much this time.
Well, I mean, it depends on where you are.
Yeah.
I'm from New York.
I don't think I'm far enough north yet for that. Unless there's a snowstorm coming up now, then I think the last snow we got was probably last week or earlier this week or something like that.
They say it's a polar vortex. Okay, so zoom duration. Let's try
I'd say it's a workout.
Snow's a workout.
You have to shovel it.
Well, I guess yeah. In that aspect, it kind of is. If you're using a snowblower, it's less of a workout.
True. No, I just use the classic shovel. I have a nice thin, I guess I don't know, metal one. I don't know what type of metal it is. Feels like aluminum, but it's super good for getting underneath the snow and just throwing it out. So
the good
I
old
take care
fashioned
of it.
shovel.
So the only thing that I would want to add to this that I haven't yet is a look at feature. So like you could do a looking at a specific thing, and it'll create a distance between the original point and the thing you're looking at, is what I was thinking. Or it could just go and focus on the thing that it's looking at, but try to keep the camera in a position where it is keeping the original thing inside of the camera. So if you ever play like one of those fighting games where you like punch somebody in the face and the camera zooms in beside you and you see the punch hits the person's face and stuff like that, like close up, that's basically what I'm thinking of.
Doesn't Fallout
Doing
3
next
do
with
that
it.
too?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it does. It does. It has like the slow mo stuff. So that's the next feel thing that I want to add to it. Um, and I just want to get the Cinemachine part working first, but I just haven't had the time to deal with it yet.
Is there a way I can like zoom in on just the silver bullet, like essentially follow it instead of zooming in
Yeah,
up?
that's literally what I said I was going to add next.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like that, the whole look at stuff.
But this is pretty cool. Great work on this, though.
I mean, technically, if you really wanted to, yeah, I need to. It's not too hard to add it either. You just need to pass in a transform that you want it to look at, and then it would look for. So you'd have to test in two transforms. The um the origin transform, and then the look at transform, and then it would need to just handle the orienting itself, so that way it keeps both of them inside of the screen view.
Hunter Avalone said,
And then if you
"Hey
do the
man, hope you're
zoom, and
doing
it'll
well.
try
I'm
to
actually
treat the
trying to
one
break
that
into
is
a new
the
genre
target
where I'm
lookout
offering people
closer to the
social
center.
media consulting
So
etc.
it would need to create the average distance between, and then try to get 50% or whatever the percent. So you could pass in like if you
Oh,
want it to
wait.
be 50% or 45, whatever.
Hunter
Yeah,
Avalone is
the idea
there.
is there.
Hey,
Gonna try
Hunter,
it out.
what's up? How's it going?
Who? What?
Hunter Avalone. He's a YouTuber.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he does like politics and
Nipet
debates.
said,
Yeah,
remember to
I
like
kind
and
of.
subscribe.
That name sounds super familiar.
Dude, like he is really good at debating. Like I used to be like
Huh.
more far right in my youth. I don't want to talk about it. But,
Hunter Avalon.
yeah, like and it's a transformational journey you go through. Why is this happening?
Um, Keto.
Okay, so and I discovered channels that help me like debunk a lot of like right wing arguments. To be so the thing is, you want to be like when you're dealing with politics, you want to be balanced. You know what I mean? You can't just like listen to one side because then it just dominates your mind.
I'm gonna blow your mind right now. There are no sides. There you go.
Really?
Yeah, there are no sides, dude. It looks way better on YouTube. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Discord is doing it a disservice. It looks really good.
Oh, and to answer Hunter Avalone, yeah, I'd definitely be interested in that. Is there any way I can contact you? I don't know if he's still here.
Are you sure that's actually him though? That might be like a bot, no?
No, that's actually him. I showed him
Oh,
like
cool.
a very early prototype of my game, and he subscribed.
Pixar, it didn't happen.
Hunter Avalone said, although I appreciate the populism approach, there absolutely are different sides lol.
Yeah, like, see, populism
Huh.
is an abstract concept.
There's no populism or not. Well, I mean, there is populism. There's ideologies, but there's no sides. Everyone is just
Okay,
has
there
like
we go.
if you dig deep enough, even if you dig deep enough, you'll find two people on the exact same side. Will give you s- so much daylight between them. You just need to poke at the right
Hunter
thing.
Avalone
And then at the
said,
same time, it'll go the other
I
way. You'll
can do
find two
web
people who
design, viral
completely and
videos,
vehemently
marketing, pretty
disagree.
much
But
everything.
if you don't enlighten them to what they disagree on, suddenly they'll be all on the same side. So then you have to ask the question: if people can flip flop to whatever side they want to, are there actually sides?
Let's see. Only this only happens twice. Goddamn.
I mean, unless you can convince me that you can be 100% transparent to every bit of information about person A, and person B can know all about person A's ideology, their beliefs, their values, and attitudes, and vice versa. And the two of them still come together and work and agree 100% on all of these things. Then yes, I'll say that's a side. That's a legitimate side. Like they're on that side, but that just doesn't happen. There's always going to be areas of daylight. The issue is how important are those areas to each person?
Okay, let me do this really quick. Web design, viral videos, marketing. I definitely need help with marketing. That's for sure. Okay, sorry, I'm like literally like all over the
No, you do
place.
you, boo. That's your thing. I'm just looking at it on YouTube. It looks freaking great.
Hunter Avalone said, yes, there are actually sides that s like saying because some people can change religions. Are there actually any religions? Of course there.
There are different political sides.
So let's put it like this: you can have different religions, but what are religions? Religions are different politics, right? I mean, that's originally what religions were there for. They were there. They were made because people needed laws. So we created religions, and then we backed up that religion by saying it came from a higher authority. Great. So now we have religions, and we took what people were already centralizing, which was this mysticism and feeling of gods and all other kinds of methods of explaining nature, and then we attached legalism to it. Well,
Hunter
Beliefs.
rudimentary
Avalone
legalism.
said, beliefs.
So, right.
Okay, wait, this
So,
should be
well, more than
false.
beliefs, right? It's a contract. You have to have that contract. So now, those contracts, those binding civil contracts, that matters. And so you're not going to find two people who, let's even like on gun issues, right? You're going to find two people who completely disagree on gun issues, despite the fact that, at least in America, we have a civil contract about it with the Second Amendment. That's fine. But then you go to the Second Amendment person, and they too will have their limits. And it just goes on and on.
Hunter
But not to
Avalone
go away from your
said,
argument, which
but
was
you just said there are
fantastic.
different
I like that.
religions, and different religions
The
are pretty much just different politics, so there are different.
Wait, what the heck? Okay, I am so
I think just
sorry.
disappeared.
Uh,
His comment just disappeared.
your- Nightbot deleted your comment. Okay, that's not cool. Hold on.
Oh, what the heck? That was not me, dude. I was
Hunter,
looking forward to that.
I'm gonna
That
make
wasn't
you. I'm
me.
gonna make. I'm gonna add you as a moderator.
that's
I'm
that's
gonna.
not me.
Hunter,
I
you're.
wanted to respond.
Okay, hold on. Um, let's see. How do I? Okay, that was. What the heck, Nightbot? This stupid bot, man.
See, no, I did tell you, dude. I said that. That's why I don't use those things when I stream. It's just they'll do their own thing. I'd rather control it myself.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna turn off Nightbot. Okay, that's not cool. That was completely okay. Chat moderation
I
disable.
feel bad because he was posting he was spitting fire for a second. So I was like getting into it for a moment.
Yeah, Hunter is a smart guy. Like, okay, maybe making you moderator would actually like remove like the exemptions or whatever. Okay, it shouldn't do that anymore. Okay, so you said beliefs.
Hunter
I don't know
Avalone
what he
It's
said.
all good.
So
No
said,
worries.
it's all good, no worries, just check out my website or shoot me an email. I'd love to help you get your game's social media growing.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Actually, I would love to talk to you sometime too. I know you do like conversations and stuff. Um I don't know. I'm not too
by
I'm
the
not
way, I would have won that one. Just saying, I would have won that one.
That's a good conversation though. Like I was actually enjoying the conversation. Like see, this is why I like watching Hunter cuz he does all these like conversations where he just talks to people. Sometimes it gets fiery. Like some of the people he talks to are like absolute psychopaths. They just
I
spew
bet.
incoherent
I know.
argle
He seems
bargle.
familiar, so I must have been aware of him at some point. Like the name seems familiar, but it's been a while.
Yeah, like I remember like he was talking to I forgot what it was, the topic was. Uh this guy was just like screaming at him. It was like
There's no reason for it.
Hunter Avalone said, definitely bro, if you had any questions or wanted any advice on just general social media growth, we could always just have a private
one-on-one combo. Yeah, do you let me add you on Discord. Um I think I'm in your Discord. Let me send you a friend request. Let's see. Here you are. Okay. Let me send you a friend request. I don't know if you accept friend requests on Discord. Hopefully you do.
But Hunter, where I was going to go with it was that there's legalism attached, and to make it just short and sweet, um, religions are more than just beliefs. They are they're a framework. They usually have a holy book attached to them, and that's important to note. It's very different from just uh, saying, "Hey, I'm a libertarian," or "I'm a
Nightbot
left wing or
said,
right wing. That
remember to
even
like
the
and
concept of
subscribe.
left wing, right wing. What does that actually mean? It shifts. 1 second, racial identification is a right wing topic. Next second, it's a left wing topic. Who's pushing it? For what reason are they pushing it? They all will have different reasons. 1992, every Democrat was saying immigration was horrible. Now in Republicans were saying we need them to do the jobs that what's his name, nobody else was doing or whatnot. We need them for that type of labor. Now it's flipped. The Democrats are the ones saying we need them. I mean, it doesn't. What side are you talking about? Time changes, but then the real question comes down to what were the sides to begin with? They're just it's just issues. People are dealing with issues.
Also, it's interesting around that time too. Democrats were like tough on crime. Joe Biden locked people he actually wrote the crime bill that locked up innocent people for you know
Joe Biden's an excellent example because it's literally the same guy over 40 something hot years.
like
I mean, there really are no sides. Now you can, if you wanted to say there are sides, though, the only way that I would pitch that and say, yeah, fine, you got that argument is if you said, well, there are there's power and there's those with power and those without power, then fine. We can, if we want to make sides on that line,
Hunter
that's a-okay.
Avalone
I can agree with
said,
that one 100%.
what's your Discord? I'm looking for the friend request.
my Discord is Nepal V. Um, it's literally Nepal V. Let me see if I can find outgoing friend requests. Hold on, let me pause my game because I'm gonna die. Um, pending.
You've only won once.
Yeah, that's um. Or let me message you. Actually, I think that's better.
It's like this time will be the time. Okay.
So, not to change topics too drastically.
Mhm.
On Monday, I was finishing up House of the Dragon season 2, and I finally accept that it's garbage.
I'd never watched that stuff.
Okay, so House of the
I,
Dragon, um,
mhm.
it's basically a Game of Thrones spinoff. Yeah, send a
Right. I'm aware
message.
of what it is. I just never watched it.
Uh,
Hunter Avalone
It's
said,
I mean, I
yeah,
watched
send a
Game of
message.
Thrones. I think I watched my old boss made me watch the whole thing because he would come to the office every time and talk about it.
okay, so we're on Discord now. Cool. Okay, so I'll say this: the earlier seasons of Game of Thrones are good, and I have a hard time getting into TV shows, but Game of Thrones was the show that I was actually able to get into. Um, oh wait, no, I still wanted to destroy the bullet.
But yeah, I'm gonna come down on that. It looks really good. I think if you want to, you can expand on it yourself. Now that you see, I thought it was breaking apart because Discord just looks horrible with it. But when I watched it on YouTube, it looks fantastic. So the script works. Now, if you want to, you can expand on the script and uh, add in like the zoom function. And so I was walking you through it. You can do it however you like, but the way I'm going to do it when I get the chance to expand the script is I'm going to just take the transform of the object that I want to center on, the transform of the object that is the origin object, and then pass in a ratio number, a normalized ratio between the two objects. The higher the number, the more it's going to be focused on centering the target object. So in your case, like the bullet, the camera will be moved so that way it can take in the well, first we have to store the camera's position. Sorry, first we have to store the camera's position relative to the source object, and then we're going to bring the camera's position back to where it needs to be relative to that source object. if that source object's been moving around and stuff like that. And so that's how I'm going to handle it when I deal
Nightbot
with it. It
said,
shouldn't be too much to handle.
remember to like
But
and
if you want to,
subscribe.
that's how you can implement it on your side also.
I'll definitely watch this section again. It's a good thing I'm streaming because I can easily go back to our combos. But yeah, this is a really good script. I'm really grateful for you. And also, this is like a new way to code, a new way to like set up stuff. Like you don't have to like instantiate anything. You can have like one. Like this is even better than a singleton pattern.
Well, it's just a static call. So it's kind of basically just it's a global call. That's what it is. I mean, thank you though. I'll take that. I'm just happy that it works because I was kind of getting a little bit worried when the zoom in was working a little bit too well.
Okay.
Like technically, we could have made this if I really wanted to be like completely, but I didn't. I don't like doing that. But there's still no allocation. But if I really wanted to, I could have made this just but then it would have created an issue because what I would need to do is then create an attachment to a mono behavior. There's somebody who made a script. I need to find out who they are and how they did it. But they made a script where you don't need a mono behavior in order to get access to coroutines. So I want to find out how they did that. And they did it with 0 allocations. They may have done multi-threading, is what I was thinking. And instead, what they're using is an awaitable. That's what I think they did.
Awaitable.
So I'm going to do some research on that. There's a couple of things I need to study up on. Man, it never ends.
Yeah, there's like. See, the thing with me is like, if I'm going to use something, it's so easy to learn how it works. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wait, why is it lagging like this? Let me stop sharing my Discord because I feel like that's
Yes. Yeah, I'm just watching your YouTube right now because it looks way better.
yeah, because like Discord is like I don't know what Discord does, but screen sharing sort of and Zoom does
I
this
think you
too.
have to. It does it. It's automatically at 30 FPS.
No, okay, that explains the delay. So the reason I wanted to make this game is because I was severely, and I mean severely, addicted to Bubble Shooter. Like I have like an entire year's worth of time dedicated into that game. It's
I
all
like
the
your overworld map though. It looks freaking awesome.
hey,
I like the cubic way that you set up the map.
yeah, and that kind of like stems from like bubbles fall down. I get what Nick was saying earlier. It's not for everybody, I guess.
I just think you should fill in. You see, like how you have the left and the right side are completely empty. I think the whole thing should just be like full of stuff.
All right, let's try this. Let me try doing a miss. Okay, so let me try this. Wait.
And remember, you don't have to zoom in as closely as you are. You could zoom in a lot lighter than that. Right now, you're zooming in pretty deep. So if you go to like 50, it would look pretty good, I think.
The bigger the number, the less. Yeah. Wee, that's cool. Okay, actually, earlier here, what I was doing was I was contemplating. So maybe that is a good idea. So this I definitely need. Um, so this right here, I just need to pass another parameter. Should return. Okay, no, stay. Screw it. Why am I so indecisive, man? No wonder I was getting that error. Don't you ever see an error message and you're just like, why am I getting this? Like you start having like palpitations.
Not. Nope. Not anymore. Used to, but I just today I broke my my project. I don't know if you saw it, but on stream I broke the project because I was trying to install something through Git, and it basically wiped out my project settings and everything. So I got like, of course you're going to get like 70,000 errors all over the place and exceptions all over the place and stuff like that. So I just took it piece by piece. I just reconstituted the project and used common sense and try to figure out, what what would cause Unity to react that way, and just fixed it slowly.
Okay, while we're at it, let's change this up.
It's just about staying calm and keep calm, carry on. That's all
Keep
it comes down to.
keep calm and carry on. That's generally not a bad motto though. Like if you're like flustered or flat, like what's the word? Then yeah, it can get pretty nuts.
So like in this case, maybe what you want to do is create a spacing algorithm where well, are you using spatial partitioning, or is it just rigid bodies that are for the bubbles?
These are rigid bodies.
It's rigid bodies, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe what you want to do is you can do it the simple way. You can attach a physics material to the colliders of the rigid bodies and increase the bounciness on that by like maybe like 0.2, and that should give the effect of them moving away from one another while still giving the effect of them coming down towards the bottom.
Hmm.
Right? Because like the thing that's like I think needs to be handled is the fact that the left and the right side are so empty. Like I think you kind of want to fill that up, but that's just me.
Mm. Should return to pool. Okay. What time is it? Oh dang.
Yeah, what time?
Seven
It's weird.
19.
Like right after I stream, I'm tired and I feel like I want to sleep, but then like at around this time I wake up again.
Yeah, like that's the thing with streaming. What am I trying to say here? Let's see.
Mm.
Actually, let's make this optional. I usually like stream in the mornings because, and I can because if I drink an energy drink now, I won't fall asleep. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Wait, this should be false.
All right, I think we're good. I mean, as far as the help that I could give, the only thing else that I have that I could possibly throw at you is the generalized pooler that I have. Basically, it allows you to pool every object that you can have in a scene. Um, regardless in a 0-1 in a 0-1 um pattern. So if you're interested in that, then there's also that.
Also, you offered a lot of useful suggestions that made this game better. That I never would like. Your suggestions were actually useful. Like, so I hope you stick around forever.
I'll try. I'm not sure if I could say forever, but I'll try. Like, I mean, like Egg said, imagine dying, right?
Let's not imagine that. Kind of morbid in
Yeah,
a sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's sometimes. Well, I think it's more of a. I don't want to say European. I want to say an Italian thing. Those guys, they can speak in morbid terms. I had some Italian coworkers, and it was like morbidity just came with the package. Like, one
Yeah.
second you're just talking about what were we talking about that day? We were talking about, I think we wanted to go to a diner to eat, and the jokes just started getting, it was like gallows humor really quickly. You learn to love them.
It, I'm from New York. Like, we got no shortage of Italians. But I mean, they're not like Italian Italian. They're like American Italians, you know. But I guess there's
Yeah, yeah.
some. My last name is Nepali. I'm actually
True.
in. I'm actually Indian.
Mm.
But some people like consider like like I've been asked, "Hey, are you from Italy?" I mean, not really. I guess like it sounds Italian. It's really not. It's Telugu. That's
Okay. Um, so yeah, looking at YouTube, I think you'd benefit in your case maybe. So try turning down the zoom for when you shoot. I just want to see, like, bring it down to like 50 or something instead.
50. Hold on,
And
hold on.
then yeah, because I think 45. What is it now? 45?
It says 50.
What's that? 50? Yeah.
Okay, let me try missing a bullet. Okay, good. It's doing what it should be doing. Beautiful. Okay, so adding that optional parameter was a good move. Okay, let me actually play this on full screen.
Oh, that's a big thing. You could probably increase the duration of the zoom a little bit.
Yeah, because we have it like set to a lower number. Okay, let's see. Also, the graphical style. Guess what inspired me from the Spyro Reignited trilogy?
I barely remember Spyro, but I know it. I kind of remember. I think I see it though, now that you say it. I thought you wanted to go with a more cell phone game kind of style. That was the UI style that you were going for.
The UI style. I was going for more of a cartoony style, but the cell phone game style. I guess that's not. I guess it kind of turned out that way. It wasn't intentional for it to be cell phony, but you know, Vampire Survivors. I guess is cell phony, but it's still a really good Steam game. I don't. The reason I don't like cell phone games is because they try to squeeze you of every dime and nickel. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't look at game development as a get rich quick scheme, which a lot of cell phone developers do. I mean,
Well,
they
not really. I don't think cell phone developers look at it that way. I think that they look at it as a 9 to 5, because most of those guys were, from what I can tell, they work for bigger companies, and they're just pushing out what are quote unquote shovelware. right?
Yeah.
In most cases, though, if game dev is your job, then you have to look at it from the perspective of stable income. There was a talk on this, I think, back in 2007, or was it 2017? I think it was 2017. I think it was a TED talk in 2000, or was it? I think it was a TED talk. This guy was talking about when he first he quit his job and basically got into game dev, and he would track his time. And so he would equate his time directly to the amount of money that he was making for each one of his ventures. He said, it's one thing to make games, it's another thing to make a living. So if you're making games to make a living, there's no real difference between you and a toy maker. So you have to really look at it from that perspective, is the approach that he was talking about. So a toy maker doesn't turn around and say, I'm not in this to make a living. The toy maker says, we're making toys. People should enjoy those toys, but I still need to stay alive.
Hmm.
so, so at the end of it, yeah, I think that zoom is a little bit hard, but it's cool.
I'm kind of curious about something.
But oh yeah, so the toy maker, that zoom is distracting because I keep looking at it and thinking like how to make it better. The toy maker, in his case, as he pointed out, he would make match threes. That's basically how he approached it. He would just make match threes, and he realized that when he made match threes over and over, he got really good at it, and so he would make different types of match threes. He had a holiday match three, and by applying those themes, he would get a lot more people. Like if he put out like a Halloween match three, it would be near Halloween. He got a
Wh-
lot more clicks
What's a
and
match
stuff like
three?
that. You matched three, and then it's kind of like the game that you made. It's kind of like this, where you match the
Oh, okay.
colors,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So that's what it is. And he just kept on making those match threes, and it paid the bills. It wasn't like as if he became rich, but it allowed him to survive,
It gave him a
right?
stable. That's what the stable income thing is.
Right,
Survival.
right. But then over the years, yeah, it had to have been 2017 because he said it was by the time he get like 13 years into it, um, he suddenly realized this was not just stable, this was stable and it had growth. And he could start a family. And he did all of that. And that's treating it like it's a job. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So I mean that makes sense, but like my biggest gripe is people like John like EA John Riccatello. Like they just their goal is to like exploit the players and be like, hey, if you don't monetize your games, you're effing stupid. You know.
Even when he said that, it didn't bother me. What bothers me is when they actively do things that are clear traps, like psychological traps. So using um for example, loot boxes, you never know what you're going to get in the next box. Just keep gambling. It's basically gambling.
It's incentivizing people to just empty their wallets.
Right. That kind of stuff is dark to me because gambling is it's an addiction and you're just taking advantage of people's addiction. Even if you want to say, well, they should be responsible. I'm the first guy to say, individuality, people need to be responsible for their decisions and actions, the words that they say. Everyone should learn to apologize. I'm the first one to say all of that. But addiction is a real thing. And taking advantage of that just makes you evil.
I'm kind of getting becoming a bit self-reflective, but I mean, I'm not profiting. I don't know. Am I like my game is technically it's been described as addictive.
Yeah, but that's different though. Like this is just addicted to play, right? And this it's not like you're actively saying, "Hey, I want to keep." If you want to keep, like, put it like this: if you throw into this game, um, oh, it looks like you died. Why don't you throw 50 cents into this ad and then you can get a resurrection,
No, I'm never gonna do that. Okay, that
right?
yeah, I see your point. That there's definitely a difference.
Right. Um, that's basically it. And I guess you could call that pay to win, and that's the moral issue that needs to be addressed there. And I think if there's going to be a role for government to step in to say, hey, this is just not tolerable, that would be the place. But this is why I say that there are no sides again, because it doesn't matter, Republican or Democrat, left or right. It's all about power and
Power and
gambling and
powerless.
politics. Right.
Okay,
They're not going to shoot that in the foot.
I want to ask your opinion on something, and I don't know if this is gonna get my stream banned, but I'll ask anyway. What was your opinion on the Luigi Mangione thing?
I don't really have one on it. As far as I can tell, the law. I mean, he killed a person. So, well, sorry, not killed. He deleted a person. Oh,
Derezzed a
so
person.
that's
Tron Legacy.
right. So that's that's never a good thing. But I mean, you, there's no real answer to that. That's pretty final when you do something like that. But I can't really I can't really say, hey, this man, should pay the price for this because I don't know his situation. You have to wait until the courts go through the process.
We do have a rule of law, that's for sure.
Hmm.
But the health and a bit. I mean, I don't agree with the tactics. It's terrible. Like, you shouldn't kill people, and he should be jailed for what he did. Otherwise, you're just legalizing murder. Like, this is actually what I believe. But
Hmm.
the health insurance industry needs to be reformed.
Well, it's not the health insurance industry that needs to be reformed. Government does because they wouldn't have been able to get. Put it like this: they lobbied the government, federal government specifically, so much. Health insurance has that consumer protections are basically null and void with regards to them. So it kind of creates a situation, right, where recourse just can't be found. There's just so many problems there. Like that's nuts. You should always be able to have some level of recourse. No matter what case you bring, you're going to always lose. And that's not good. The company should never even be putting you into a situation like that. So the whole concept of health insurance, life insurance, well, health insurance specifically, is dark. It doesn't come from a good place, and it would just be better if um, so it's a failure, right? A lot of people say, well, the role of the government with regards to uh, how it was supposed to handle taxes. Well, one of the things that government wanted to do, which is why they created Social Security, was to say, hey, we wanted to have a safety net. Okay, great. And then people dump their money into that. And then what does government do? If you try to go into it now, you'll see nothing but a bunch of IOUs, $36 trillion in IOUs.
For
Oh, so it just shows you the best person to spend your money is probably going to be you. And if you can't handle it, why are you going to trust somebody else to?
so individual responsibility.
Right.
Dang it.
And I mean, that's the way I look at it. So as far as that goes, we have laws. He broke the law. You should suffer the consequences if that's what the courts decide. As far as I can tell, um, if you mean like the social commentary on that, I guess it's going to be pretty bad if he if suddenly he decides, hey, I can walk free even though I just deleted a person.
I will say
That's
this.
nuts.
A political commentator I used to listen to a lot when I was very right wing, Ben Shapiro, if you know who that is.
Yeah, I've heard of him also. I don't listen to him because he's a little bit annoying, but it's okay.
He talks really fast and pretends he's smart. His audience just he made a video.
Well, no, he is smart. He is definitely not a dumb person. It's just that his he's there's a phrase that you use for folks like that. Um that it it's more along the lines of that he's very uh opinionated isn't the right word. It's more
Partisan.
along the lines of I can't even say partisan. It's more along the lines of that. So I'm an American, first and foremost, right? Regardless of anything else, my allegiances are to this country. Uh, I can't say the same for Shapiro because of just some of the things that he says. And even then,
I know
there was a
exact.
lady named Candace Owens,
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. Oh, I know exactly what you're
um,
saying.
who basically she made a very valid point. Now, I'm not a fan of either one of them, but she made an excellent point about Christians being killed in different countries.
That
And I
is
looked it up, and it was true.
nobody really talks about that. It's really disturbing.
But
The
it was just thrown away onto the wayside just because of October 7th.
that's really heartbreaking.
Under
Like
and that was Shapiro's position. And looks like you're is are they moving?
oh, the bubbles. Yeah.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Like I took your consideration to approach. Like when the score goes up by 1,000, they move faster. So
Ah, okay, okay.
that kind of removed that exploit. Yeah, like it's been swept under the rug.
Right. I remember when I was in college, there was a kid who was sitting next to me, behind me, further to the left. And the professor was talking about injustices in the US and blah blah whatnot. And I remember saying to him, "Sir, like because this guy is a professor, he's running for local office. I know I saw his pictures on the wall one time when I was walking on the streets, like vote for me, blah blah blah." And I said, I never went after him because of that, but he was a typical he's a typical, let's put it this way. There's something called a neo-Marxist agenda, and that's basically where he fit into. People call it different terms today. It could be woke. It could be um, critical theorist. It could be social justice war. Whatever, they have different words for it. It's all neo-Marxism. So the quintessential idea of neo-Marxism is it's us against them, and it's a zero-sum game. It's always zero-sum. There's the solution is looking at a problem from a zero-sum perspective. That's the moniker of it. And that's the way he looked at it. And he wanted, in order for you to get there, you first have to have an oppressor. So he started creating the oppressor. So I said, okay, let's stop for a second because there was another professor I had the same argument with, and he was the head of the urban male leadership department. And I was saying to him, no, you don't vote for people based on skin complexion. That's a dumb idea.
It really is a
You
dumb
vote for
idea,
people,
though. I agree. Like you vote for people
right?
based on like what they'll do, like
Right.
what
You vote for them like you would treat, like if I hired people because when it's later on when I was working, I got into a position where we would do that kind of stuff. So if I was reviewing a resume and then I had to say, oh, we have to wait until to see what complexion of skin this person is or what their sexual orientation is. Like I'll be this way about it. If I saw any mention of sexual orientation in a resume, that resume was going into the dumpster. I did not want to care about that. And that tells me more that you're interested in telling me about the things that I don't care about than the things I care about, which is what was your past employ? What did you do in the past? I don't care if your tag is he, she, they, them, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is we that stuff we can handle after you've gone through the interview. Before the interview on your resume, what I want to see is your resume. I want to see what you're about.
Yeah, like
That's
exactly.
it.
Like how does like job relevant stuff. Like if you're hiring a
Like,
game developer, how much experience do you have in Unity? Like,
right.
that kind
And
of
people were
stuff.
sending resumes with all kinds of just random information. So I treated it like they were giving me random information. And I threw them out. Now I know some guys because I was dealing with HR all the time, and they would say, "Well, that's we want people who are of a." They wouldn't say it this way, but they would say it basically. They wanted people who were of a specific gender orientation for representation, blah blah blah. So I mean, in that way, my department was basically a detachment away from central, so we had a lot more latitude. And then I remember one of the managers, one of my managers, he turned around and actually said it to them. He said, "Okay, look, in our capacity, it's not a matter of that somebody's just working behind a desk, and so we can just pick somebody based on that. If we pick somebody based on what your the criteria that you guys are sending us, people will die. You see that down there?" And he was pointing to the boiler room. And he said, "These are high pressure boiler tanks. There are high pressure boiler tanks that are sending high pressures all throughout the properties that we were on. If we have somebody who is not properly situated for and prepared for this job, but we're picking them for any other reason, and one of those pipes goes, that's not just simply one or two people that are killed. If there are people on this compound, you're looking at buildings getting blown up.
Jesus.
So it's up to you guys." Okay. And at that point, they left us alone. So, but this is the point. I just remember it because I always called him a keyboard warrior. Because he could do that over email, but if you met him in person, he would never fight like that. But he had a point though, and I stuck with that point. You just look for somebody who's qualified. Now when they get here, I've had bad experiences because, well, not me directly. There was a guy, I don't want to get into that story, but basically we care more about the job than anything else. That's all we care about. I don't care about what you do in your personal time, how you want to identify. You tell me that you want to be called he, and that's what you're going to get called. It doesn't matter to me. In fact, most of the time when I call people or refer to any of the employees, I just call them by their last name.
I mean, I do it.
That's it.
Yeah, like that's simpler. Like last name. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not one to
that's it. I
believe
would just say, go ahead. I'm
in.
sorry.
I'm not one to believe in that stuff, but if they insist on being called a certain thing, all right. But I prefer to use names.
Well, I
Yeah.
called them by their last name because it helped me remember their full names because I had to deal with thousands of people.
Mm.
So by calling a person by their last name repetitively, it helped me remember their first names. And so I would then say, like, let's say this guy was we had one guy who took three took three he came to us three times saying that he wanted to take a day off because it was his birthday. And I said, "Hey, this is like your third birthday this year, right?" So, being able to, like, within like hundreds of people, remember that guy and remember exactly what he did 2 months ago,
It's a
3 months
quirk.
ago, earlier this year, you have to do that. So my trick for getting that done was just calling everybody by their last name. Um, so as far as it goes, it's it's more about what you're capable of doing. I don't. It's not. It was never about identity, but it's all neo-Marxism at the end of the day.
The
Um,
oppressor and the
it,
oppressed.
right. You have to identify the oppressor and the oppressed mentality. Um, and now that doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means that it's a kind of mentality. It's a kind of approach, and it's very invasive, right? And it's not for the dumbest people. And unfortunately, the dumbest people tend to subscribe to it. There's nuance to it. There is oppressor. There is oppressed. You're always going to have this. This is congratulations, the law of the jungle.
Yeah, like
There's always going to be
it's
strong and weak.
it's a lot. Yeah, like that's how the world works. There's the strong oppress the weak, like survival of the
Right. Well,
fittest.
are you actually going to be able? Did you win? No, you're close though.
This is like 5 minutes,
15 seconds.
or actually no. Did I make
Yeah.
it? I think I made it 10 minutes, but
Ah, you almost had it.
I'm enjoying our conversation. I
Oh,
really am.
still looking at YouTube though. So I'm like 30 seconds behind, but you almost had that one.
All right, let's see colors. I'm actually gonna have to try. I'm not the best gamer. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
You're
I'm
not
not.
supposed to admit that, dude.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty honest about stuff. I have like radical honest. You know how there's like chronic liars? Like they're
Yeah.
they just like you just can't believe a word they say. I knew a couple of people like that. Like they just make up a new story every day, and I have the opposite problem. I'm I don't know if there's a word for people who are just brutally honest about everything. Like I'll tell you the truth. Like if I'm terrible at something, I'll say
It's not. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
it.
I'll finish what I was saying before though.
Yeah, yeah.
So basically, the professor, the professor, the original one, not the urban male leadership department guy. So the one in this class, he's there identifying this oppressor oppressed nonsense, and I'm listening to him, and I'm like, this is kind of not the place to be talking about this. And so I stopped and asked, well, because at this point I had two friends from Iran, and I lost contact with both of them within the same period of time. So I was pretty much in a way I wasn't sure at that point if they had died or whatnot. I just didn't know because at the exact same time Iran, this is mid Arab Spring. So I remember I actually have the email for this. There was another friend that I was talking to about that the Arab Spring was bound to happen. And that the reason why it was going to happen was more to deal with food than anything else. And then when it did happen, um, this is the point that I brought to the professor. I said, "And why do you think that the Arab Spring happened?" And he's like, "Well, it's foreign intervention." And it's like, no, it's because it's yes, there is foreign intervention, but it's because of a, this quote unquote oppressor oppressed. But here's the reality: is that the ones who were oppressed are the same ones that you would call the oppressors in any other situation. So very clearly, the identifier that you're using for what you're calling these guys as oppressors is not consistent in the different areas that you could go to. It's just not a consistent pattern. So are they really oppressors? In other words, what you're dealing is with a contextual truth, not a objective truth. And again, this like goes to the same thing I was saying before about there being no sides. Contextually, sure, you could say that there's sides, but objectively, there's no sides because if you actually put it to the test temporally, you're never going to be able to find consistency across the definitions that you're going to apply. Like I said, in 1992, Democrats were absolutely against immigration. They wanted to protect American jobs. Those are what we call now blue collar Democrats. Then you fast forward to 2025, Democrats are all about open borders. They love themselves. They're the ones saying the same lines that the Republicans used to say. what's his name? They'll do the jobs that they'll do the jobs that Americans won't do. I mean, that's literally a Republican line.
There's definitely a
No,
clear realignment. So it goes to what you're saying, like like in the objective realm, like there really is no sides. But like if
for
you look at
all
it
intents and
contextually,
purposes, you can't really tell. If you were an alien and you had to like just a complete alien, and you came here in 1992 and then came back in 2025, you would think that the Democrats were the Republicans,
if I was put on with a blindfold, yeah.
right? If you just heard alone their argument for immigration. Now everything else, they just sound like complete wackos. But like the whole idea of the whole idea of uh for example, and this is just one that it gets me every time. Men, I competed at a top level as a cyclist. And I can tell you this. If they paired us with women, the women, they were fast. Do not get me wrong. The women cyclists were fast. They were very fast. If you put a regular guy up against a female cyclist, the female cyclist will, I'm talking about long distance cycling, will, she'll be, she'll go 100 miles and then come back before they even can cross 5, 10 miles against a regular person. But at the peak level, I could complete 150 miles. That's 150 miles of nonstop cycling in around 2 hours and 15 minutes.
What?
That is a top speed for me. Starting from Central Park, going up through the Palisades, through Bear Mountain, that's up a mountain, and then coming back. Going further down to the Lincoln Tunnel, coming back up, and then going back to Central Park, and then another 10 miles to get home. Right?
Mm-hmm.
There is no female cyclist that's keeping up with me when I'm doing that ride. Period. But there are male cyclists that will keep up with me as well as outpace me easily.
There's definitely a biological difference. Sorry, Hunter.
Okay. And so to not accept that there is a physical difference between men and women is insane. Because now you're just putting women in a position. There's a reason why. Uh, I'm not even going to go that direction, but there is physical differences that cannot be at a peak level that cannot be put together. Now, this cycling is not a contact sport. Though sometimes it can be. I think the most vicious thing I've ever seen in cycling. So we were waiting. There was two races that were going to happen. There was the male race and then the female race. And I blinked for like a half a second, and I just turned. I heard a huge explosion. I turned as quickly as I could, and I just saw a woman's leg coming back after she just sidekicked another woman off of her bicycle.
What the hell?
Yeah, like, that was so. Cycling can be a contact sport, I guess. And she never got disqualified for that.
She should have been.
But I don't think anybody really caught it. Like I barely caught her leg coming back, and I just saw the other woman just flying off of the bike.
That's gruesome.
Um, so so it's not to say that like I said, the women at that level are super competitive. They're super strong. They're very strong. They have a lot of longevity, and I can vouch for that because when I first started, before I got physically to where I was at my peak, I couldn't keep up with them. No way. No way, Jose. There was a girl I would ride with all the time, and it's not like she got weaker, but as I got stronger, she could not keep up with me anymore.
Wow.
You see, you see what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
a physical difference. So, not acknowledging that in, let's say now, contact sports like boxing, that's ridiculous.
Okay, like boxing, there's no way, like, no matter like what you identify as, there's no
Okay.
justification for a man boxing a woman. Like that is
I mean,
the
not for
fact that
entertainment.
well,
Not for entertainment. There's
nah,
reasons, but not for entertainment.
sure.
You know, like that's just silly to me. And what I don't know, but it's something that I don't think the government should have ever had to come down on. But it's because the government came down on it in another direction that now the government has to come down on it in the other direction. So now the pendulum, this issue that was not political to begin with, is now political.
You know what they say? Politics is downstream of culture.
Fair.
That's a quote from Andrew Breitbart. God rest his
Um,
soul.
well, I mean, so when so sorry, I got tangented again. So when I brought up the what happened, I said no. What happened in what caused the Arab Spring was that you had a guy named Hossein Mubarak, who was
The president of
the
Egypt,
dictator of Egypt,
dictator of Egypt. Yeah.
and he decided that their swine flu meant that we should kill all of the pigs. So they
Wait.
killed all of the pigs.
So that's how this whole thing started. The swine flu came before the Arab Spring, and that triggered a, of course. And so he, okay, that part I did
So
not know, but dang.
so what ends up happening is that when the swine flu, even though the swine flu had no effect on Egypt, it was nowhere near, nothing was happening in Egypt that dealt with swines. But there was a group that they wanted to target, which were the Yazidis. And they killed all of the Yazidis' pigs. And the Yazidis used the pigs as a food source. So what were the Yazidis? The Yazidis are Coptic Christians. Okay, so Muslims are targeting Christians. Nothing is new there. Well, hold on. Why? How, what were they doing with these pigs before? Well, you just said they were a food source. They were actually more than a food source. The pigs were garbage collectors. They would go around in the narrow streets of Cairo and clean up the garbage everywhere. They ate anything, whatever. They just did their thing. And the Yazidis would get paid for this. They were very cheap. When they killed all of the pigs, you could go ankle deep in garbage in Cairo. People were pissed. And so they were revolting. That on top of a few other things. But it didn't start until the multinational firm that they put in, quit because they said the streets were just too narrow. They couldn't bring their trucks through Cairo.
So because of the garbage infestation of all the pigs that were being killed.
Exactly. And now you had rats, you had all kinds of insects, rodents, everything. Diseases were becoming a problem. People were upset about the conditions that they were living in. And so they revolted against them. And that's Egypt's situation. You had another guy in Tunisia who lit himself on fire. Why? Because of illegal immigration. What was happening in Tunisia and what was happening in Libya at the exact same time? France decided that we were going to have open borders. And so what happened? Everybody from South Africa, not South Africa, Africa, but Central Africa and Southern Africa, Sub-Saharan, decided that they were going to try to get into France. How do you get into Europe? The quickest way to get there.
The
It was
Mediterranean,
Tripoli. And
Tripoli.
what's right next to Tripoli? Tunisia. So they go all the way to the port, and you have all of this immigrate. So most people don't know this. For example, Libya's 2/3 of Libya's population at that time were illegal immigrants. And so France, realizing that they had an immigration issue because they was being rejected in France at this point, turned around and said, no more. And they closed their port of entry for a moment. And during that moment, you had an overflow of people in these countries depreciating the value of the work that was being done, the cost, the price of the value. So now nobody could get hired. So this guy says, "I'm tired. Uh, I mean, I run this vendor, and now you guys pass. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but it was some law that gave women the right. Uh, it was in Tunisia that they did this. It passed law that gave women a right to confront men or something like that. It was some weird, well, not weird. It was normal in our society, but it's weird in their society. For women to be able to, I think it wasn't. It was something to do with like commenting back or something to that. Like, but basically, that's what it was. It wasn't that. It was that he, women were being paid more than he was, and he was upset about that because he couldn't get a job. And when he tried to get a job, um, they gave him fines because he opened up a vendor, and so he just had so many issues. But really, the problem was the illegal immigration because it wasn't that women were just making more money than him. It was that just jobs in general that were low skill were depreciated because you had so many low skill workers from sub-Saharan Africa and other places that were trying to get into Europe, but we're stuck now.
So the illegal immigration caused the Arab Spring in Tunisia.
Well, it caused the guy to immolate himself because
Well,
the money that he was making was useless. So he went in front of their Capitol building, lit himself on fire, and became a martyr. And then after that, that's between those three, it was the perfect storm. But it was true, and anybody could have predicted it. These two things will set off revolts, horrible living conditions, low wages from illegal immigration. And there you go. Now, when I explained this to him, and I explained how these different groups, if in different societies, would have different levels of power, and then they would have been the oppressor, and then they would have been able to pass laws against Muslims, which has happened in the past in France, in Spain, it happened. Um, the shoe is always on the other foot in these cases, so it's pointless. The guy I didn't know, the guy that was sitting next to me, the kid that I was talking about before, he's a Coptic, and he after the class he thanked me for at least knowing because he was surprised any American knew about what was happening with the Coptics. And so I've always been very careful when I listen to what happens in that area of the world with regards to Christians. So when Candace Owens says Christians are being killed, I didn't know anything about that, and I looked it up, and sure enough, this was a thing. The Israel was giving weapons to countries that were using those weapons to kill Christians, specifically Christians for being Christian. And then Ben Shapiro comes along and then says it doesn't matter. October 7th happened, and I'm like, bro, like, come on.
so he's not going to engage with the substance. Okay, look, October 7th was horrible. Okay.
Agreed.
I saw the videos. But
So
kill
here's the thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
killing Christians. Like, how many Christians? I mean, I'm not saying how many innocent Muslims and Christians are part of Hamas.
All right. How many? What do you mean by that? Like, how many innocent Muslims and Christians are part of Hamas?
Yeah, like how there are there any
I don't think there's
Christians?
any Christians as part of Hamas.
So
I'm pretty
why?
sure there wouldn't be any Christians as part of Hamas.
So why does he want to kill Christians? Like, why is he like it doesn't matter? Like, so dismissive of it.
Well, because October 7th, and it's that brain dead. It's that brain dead response that it's like, yeah, this is just typical Shapiro because he's done it on other things all the time, and so it's like, is this guy really an America first? Like, does he care about
Clearly
Americans? Like,
not.
right? Like, like, okay. So, for example, in my opinion, what happened on October 7th was bad, right? It was that's not too controversial. I don't think it's a
No,
controversial
it's really
position to
not.
have.
Like,
That was
I mean, I was, uh, full disclosure, I was pro-Israel for a very long time until
oh no.
you know,
Go
un-
ahead.
until what Candace Owens revealed.
Well, hold on. So even though she's what she said is true, it doesn't change the fact that it doesn't change the fact that it's a nuanced situation, right?
Yeah,
So as far as Israel is concerned, um, let's look at it in the context of October 7th. Let's look at it in even the greater context. It doesn't matter. Um, there's a wrong way and a right way to handle it. So let's like for example, I'm gonna tangent out a little bit, but it's getting back to the point. You have what was it? So tariffs. You have let's compare these two things. You have tariffs and then you have uh international aid, right?
right.
So these are two levers of that you can use to control um, your interests abroad as far as countries go. The U.S. uses it all the time. So so there's two different ways that you could look at this, right? I look at foreign aid as effectively ransom. We pay countries to behave correctly, or rather, in our interest. Okay?
Right.
And then you have tariffs. We punish countries when they don't act in our interest. I think that it's smarter to use tariffs than it is to use
Carpet bombing.
foreign aid. And there's a reason why. It's not just because it's a feeling. You just look at what happened. When you use foreign aid, those same countries then tariff your tariff you back. So they're punishing us for giving them stuff. You got what I mean? So I saw this lady from the EU recently. She made this argument about why tariffs are horrible, and I was like, great. I'm so happy that she's now free trade. She's now pro free trade. Maybe maybe the Europeans will stop tariffing American goods then,
That's the hope. Once they realize like what it actually is.
right? But the reality is that she didn't mean to say that tariffs are bad. She meant to say that tariffs from the United States against Europe are bad.
So it's like it's bad when it's okay when we do it, but
And I listen. I'm the kind of guy I like that. I I I, I like people who troll. I was just talking to Nick about it. Trolling is fantastic. It's hilarious to me. I think that there's a quality level. When you have quality trolling, then it could only be made better by maximizing the quantity of those trolled. Um, and it's the same way when you get when you have that same feeling of joy I get when I catch on to somebody who is being absolutely shameless. Like they just have zero shame. There is no shame in that game, right? Like that to me is just comedy gold. So I'm okay with her doing that. Like she can be absolutely shameless. It's not her responsibility to catch on though. It's America's fault. It's America's responsibility to catch on to what's happening there. And Americans that should be catching on to what's happening there. And if we don't, then it's on us. Like uh there's a saying, a sucker is born every minute. And America has 350 million odd people. There's a couple of them have to be suckers,
a couple. I mean, probably more.
right? So, but I can appreciate shamelessness, especially in a politician. Like, that's just comedy. Um, so the way I see it is, you can still support what Israel is about and what they're doing. So still am. I still believe Israel conducted that war incorrectly. They should have. I think so. The way I look at it is they had
They should have sent a special ops team to figure out who the perpetrators actually were, and instead of carpet bombing, they should have actually like sent in like SEAL Team
They didn't
6.
carpet bomb.
They didn't.
They did not carpet bomb. If they did carpet bomb, so this is the reality. Rules of war. We have rules of engagement, right? And naturally, we want to maintain the rules of engagement as the UN has listed them. Well, here's the thing: these rules of engagement are based on precedent. They're derived from precedent, rather. And the precedent says that you have what are called justifications for war. And typically, the justifications for war are designed by the person who has attacked. They're the ones who decide the justification. So now you can have implied justification and explicit justification. In this case, we have implicit justification, where one side didn't simply formally declare war and then make explicit in letter what the terms of the war is. They did it implicitly. So, what were the implicit borders of the war? Because we can say that, and by the way, this can change as things move along. So, it can be that a war has already started, but then the context of that war has been accelerated based on actions of participants in that war.
Hmm.
So let's say like the war starts off and it's simply just uh, a naval battle, right? If the context of that war is naval battle and you're fighting with navies, and then the opponent starts using an army, and you still just use a navy, that's on you. If the context of the war has changed, you should be using an army at this point now to confront their army,
The rules
right?
have
I mean
changed.
right, that's what happens. So in this case, though, the context was defined by implicitly and the context became wholesale slaughter. Why did it become wholesale slaughter? It became wholesale slaughter because Hamas decided to conduct wholesale slaughter. They literally, people don't talk about this, but there are literally villages in the south of Israel that are gone now. They had populations, they've been cleansed. They don't live. Nobody can live there anymore because they're all dead.
In Israel,
Yes, that's the entire thing. They invaded. There's like I think 3 or 4 villages along the border that had a population that is now zero. So you had ethnic cleansing in those villages in that area. That's what Hamas did.
God damn.
So the terms of the war is now ethnic cleansing.
So what's the way
So,
out of this?
so Israel, I thought that within 72 hours, if Israel had a 72-hour window before their the UN lawyers started getting involved, because you have a backing in the UN of these lawyers that will change the context, and it would take them about 72 hours to react to cleanse out Gaza. And that would have been the legitimate response if they were going to respond as per the settings of the war described by Hamas.
But they didn't do that.
They didn't do that. Instead, they waited it out, and suddenly it became it's an open air prison. Hamas is justified. This is a longer context. It's an invasion. It's an occupying force. It's everything. And they used the same thing that Yasser Arafat did, which is play this sophism game, which is fine. But you have a hard time. So you have a hard time winning that argument, or winning me over at least to that argument, because it's I mean, the area that you're talking about is named Judea. And these people are called the Jews. And so it's like you call them the Jews even. And you call that area Judea. How can you say that they're from Poland or they're from like yes, sure. People lived in Poland
Well, I
because
mean,
they were kicked out
they
of
were kicked out
Judea.
of that land, and so they had no choice but to go to Poland and
Right.
Germany, and then
They went all over the place.
yeah. So and they were finally returned. They finally had a
Well,
chance to return to their homeland.
well, whatever the case might be, the reality is that they did have what's called a cause that belies war, and that justification came from Hamas themselves with ethnic cleansing. So it was wholesale massacre was on the table. Instead, what did Israel do? In reality, they conducted probably one of the cleanest wars in modern history. With the U.S. had a higher civilian
In
kill
Iraq.
count in Iraq than Israel did throughout this entire war. Per
That's what
ratio, it's
Benjamin
insane,
Netanyahu said.
right?
So I guess
And
there is
if
truth.
even if you use Hamas's number, it's true. So it's like they went above and beyond with trying to make sure that they didn't conduct wholesale slaughter. But they would have been justified if they did, is the argument. And no one would have been able to counter that if they had actually executed on it within the first 72 hours.
So wait, what
But then
was Ben Shapiro's problem?
But then the problem, that's what I was about to get to. But then the issue now is, what role does the US play in this? Well, if you ask Shapiro, the US should support Israel wholeheartedly, period, no matter what. Right? It's our friend in the Middle East. They always have these throwaway terms like the last protector of democracy in the Middle East and whatnot. They have to go through us to get to America, all kinds of stuff. Okay, great, whatever. But in Shapiro, there is, I don't know if you've ever encountered it, there's racism, extreme racism, and not just racism, classism, um, ethnicity biases, very strong in specific Jews. It's just a feature, I guess, I don't know, where you'll hear them every once in a while echo this phrase that there's something special about their soil, that the blood of a Jew being on the soil allows even the grass to grow and things like that.
It's a weird phrase, but yeah.
Right?
I don't
You'll
think I
hear
ever
them say things like that.
I don't think I've ever heard
Eh,
Ben Shapiro say that, but
Well, because he's smart. That's why I said he's not dumb.
he alludes to it.
But it's there. And it's disgusting. And so that really raises the question, is this guy American first or not? Because as an American, you can't see things from that. If a legitimate, that's why I have a hard time believing in some of these folks who identify people based on race as Americans, even if whatever. Like I can't see it because that's counterintuitive to exactly what this country was supposed to have been about. Right?
Uh,
And to be clear, not all Jews see things this way.
the
Right?
or-
And
the
they're
ultra orthodox. What am I trying to say here? Ultra orthodox do.
right.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's necessarily like an inherent Jewish thing, but it's like a fundamentalist thing. It's the way I like to.
Maybe I'm not educated enough on it to be able to explain to you the history of it, but I've seen it a few times, and it comes out in the most random. Like you'll meet into what you think is the most moderate Jewish person that you could ever meet, and they'll say it, and it's crazy when I hear it every time. This whole concept of that there's something special or some type of providence um, to Jews being in the Middle East, some type of destiny attached to it, and not just a destiny that lends to the superiority of the Jewish people as a race over others. That's nuts.
That is nuts. It's called Jewish supremacy.
It's there.
It is. Like, not every
So
Jewish person thinks this way, but like,
I try to deal with the objective, um, and the objective is that if I bumped into that logic, and it's not even like just random folks. I mean, these are guys that they have like YouTube channels and things like that. They talk about this stuff, and one week they'll be talking quite fine. They sound like a normal person. They have real concerns. It's legitimate. Um, talking points, and then they'll just say something like that, and it's like, what the heck? Where did that come from?
Right out of left field.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you just
it's
never expect it. So, you know, um, I think instead of tying it to your score, you probably want to tie it to time. Just because if you tie it to the score, it's actually kind of like a punishment when you use the silver bullet because you're getting so many destroyed. You know what I mean?
yeah. I think I'll revert to that. It was actually more fun too, doing it based on time. Well, let me see.
Like thinking on it, uh, you doing it by score. Like probably what you want to do is what I would do is I would have a rate, and then do move towards, and then like if it's like 500 seconds or whatever, just over 500 seconds, have it go towards the maximum speed.
Huh. I do it like based on every minute it increases its speed,
Oh, you could do that too. It's the same thing.
but it goes up by like yeah, I just gotta look at what I did in my past script and re-add that in.
Fair. So I the Shapiro has his position, and that's great. But it's more about um what is America's role here, right? And I think the average American thinks that basically, as long as we're not going over there and getting ourselves killed, whatever happens, happens. Right?
Yeah, like
I
no
think we're
boots
pretty
on the
much
ground.
wore out. I think we're pretty much wore out. I think most people at this point are just like, we wanted to take care of Bin Laden. We got Bin Laden. Why the hell are we still over there in the Middle East? Right?
Bin Laden wasn't even in Iraq.
Well, that's the thing. We never went to Iraq to find Bin Laden. That was never the point of the Iraq War. There's so much misinformation about Iraq from every side, left and right, um, about why we went into that war. We went into Afghanistan to find Bin Laden. We went into Iraq for several reasons. And it was Colin Powell that went to the UN and made the argument. He listed several reasons why we should go into Iraq, but people only want to stick to one reason that was given, and that was nuclear weapons. But
Weapons
in
of
reality,
mass.
Colin Powell had 7 other reasons for going in. And any single one of those reasons, according to the Geneva Convention, I'll give you one of them. One of them was to prevent, stop, or punish genocide. Saddam Hussein, it's not like people are guessing if this happened. It happened. There were Kurds that used to live in northern Iraq in the oil fields. And so because Saddam Hussein had a thing against the Kurds, he decided to light the entire oil fields on fire, burning basically all of them.
I remember
Close
reading
to
about that.
100,000 close to 100,000 Kurds vanished after that into the ash. That's a genocide.
That is a genocide. So that's what
And
that was
then
about.
you go even further than that, they changed the names of these places that these Kurds used to live. That's a complete genocide. Now they never existed.
It's a textbook definition of a genocide too. So, Jesus.
So on just that alone, he gave up his sovereignty according to the Geneva Convention.
He
According to
committed a
the
war
French,
crime.
Well, I mean, he did other things too. For example, when he used mustard gas and various other chemical weapons against the Kuwaitis. Um, Another one, not even going to get into the nuclear weapon one yet, but another one was his attempted assassination of a former U.S. president,
Reagan?
Bush Sr., the father. Okay, another one, uh, the harboring of terrorists that did real damage to the United States. The 1993 World Trade Center bombing.
The first
He
attempt.
paid $50,000 for people to go bomb the World Trade Center. And they went and they put a car underneath the World Trade Center in the parking lot and blew it up. It didn't collapse the building, but they tried. And then gave him safe shelter. After that, when they fled the US.
So they never were
Another
caught.
one. They never got caught. Well, Yusuf never got caught. The other ones got caught. Um, Another one. This one got England involved. He paid $50,000 to have people attempt to poison the water reservoir in London with rice by putting rice in it. That's crazy. But that's what
Arsenic.
they tried to do, and they got caught.
So this guy actually was a lot worse than.
Okay, another one. This one, Colin Powell brought to the EU. The bombing of the the bombing of the Atocha train station in Spain, in Madrid, Spain, killed almost 100 people.
Did they ever reveal why he was doing this? Like, was there an actual reason given?
You'd have to ask his corpse, I guess.
Like, did they interrogated him though, right?
Another one, well, you can't interrogate the guy. Well, I guess they hung him, but whatever. Anyway, but the another one. So the U.S. he kept on trying to bomb Saudi Arabia. The U.S. has interests in Saudi Arabia. That's where we were getting our oil. We were buying oil from them. So the U.S. had to put up. We spent millions of dollars every year in order to protect Saudi Arabia from incoming bombs, and had to put up a air blockade around that border. Otherwise, you would just keep sending bombs into into Saudi Arabia.
What the?
Okay, so there were a lot of reasons Colin Powell listed. The nuclear weapons one. This is what Colin Powell listed on that when he's talked about it. We got intelligence from a secondary source. It was the French who told us that, as per the Vatican, Saddam Hussein's foreign minister had gone to the Vatican and was seeking routes of getting yellow cake. And they led him to Algeria. And he went over there to try to purchase yellow cake. That's the rumor. We don't know if it was true. But it is true that he did travel to Algeria. Nobody knows what he actually went to Algeria to try to get. So if the Vatican was telling the truth, and if the French were telling the truth, we don't know. But that's the intelligence that Colin Powell revealed at the UN. And
Gee.
that's why we went into Iraq.
Wow.
Right? And people always have to remember, before that, we had sent, I think, 4 or 5 delegations into Iraq to try to confirm whether or not the whole yellow cake story was true and if he was trying to build nuclear weapons. And even though he wasn't, now that we know after the fact, he wasn't anywhere near developing a nuclear weapon, or if he was, it was part of the shipment of fissile material that he was sending to Syria, because he was doing that. He was trying when we invaded. He was sending all of this material out to Syria. So we managed to block a good chunk of it, but still there were missiles and whatnot that ended up in Syria. But the point is that before all of that, we we sent several delegations. The UN sent several delegations, and he kept making sure that they couldn't investigate what he was doing. No one could find out. They wanted to go to a location. Our satellites picked up a location. He walks them around, not that location, make sure that they have to wait 2 weeks and then they can go to that location. He did all kinds of stuff.
Wow.
So he didn't help clear his name is the point. By doing that. He kept everybody guessing, did he actually have nuclear weapons? Nobody knew. No one could confirm that he didn't, and he wouldn't let anybody confirm that he didn't.
Damn. That's a lot of information. I'll
Oh,
be.
this was just stuff that I was interested in when I was younger.
I wish
So it just
I wish I
go
gotten in.
ahead.
I wish I gotten into this stuff when in 2004, but I was like in second grade, first grade.
Yeah, you're not going to do that. At that point, I was just coming out of high school.
You're like
Like,
living through
I think,
history.
yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. When it happened, the very first thing I was asking, I think everybody that lived through that moment in 2001 was asking, why do they hate us? Because no one understood what was going on. Because nobody really cared. It was a very different time in America. Believe me, pre 2001 America was a much better place. It was a much freer place. There was a lot less worrying about what people thought about you, and everybody really just spoke their mind. Now it's just so scary to you have to walk on eggshells.
Oversensitivity.
Yeah, and there's definitely something wrong with people. Like there is a general generally people are just really weird nowadays. Like people have always been weird, but I mean like weird in a dark kind of way. At least from what I've experienced.
What do you think caused that? The internet?
Maybe, I don't know. It could be anything. I that is not where my strength is. I never took the time to study it, so I try not to talk about what I don't know about.
I guess that's fair.
There was reasons to go into Iraq, and we did it. We the downfall of Iraq was that we had a goal. The goal was go in, get rid of Saddam Hussein. The downside is we were supposed to do something else. We were supposed to conquer Iraq, put an American flag down, make it a commonwealth, and put a military base there and make everybody know that this is what happens when you don't play ball with the United States.
But it didn't really work.
Instead, Bush went over there and said, we're going to bring them democracy and tried to build a nation.
Nation building. That spiral that didn't really work out that well.
No, it didn't. And that's the downfall. Militarily, that war was over. Instead, by building a nation, all it really did was try to put power back into the hands of the people who shouldn't have had that power to begin with. It just wasn't going to work. These are guys who were sectarian. Anyway, they're going to hate on the some other tribe in their country and basically do what Saddam Hussein did, but to the other way around. But Bush was never I will never say that he was a smart person. He is a dumb person. Bush was dumb. He was extraordinarily dumb. Like I've heard him say, there's things that people post when he says stuff that make him look dumb, but trust me, he was even dumber.
He was not an intellect.
It's not even that he lacked intellect; he just did not have common sense. I don't call somebody who lacks intellect dumb. I call somebody who lacks common sense dumb. That's the issue. You can lack intellect, you can work on that, but if you lack common sense, then that just tells me that you're not capable of learning, and that's what makes a person dumb.
Okay,
But you
so
understand now what I mean when I say that there are no sides. So when I review this history for you, you're seeing, I hope, that there is no, well, Bush is painted in roses, or Clinton was painted in roses, or Obama was painted in. They're all screwed up in some way, but there's an objective reality that can't be ignored or shouldn't be ignored. Also,
yeah, like the rose coloring. Yeah, it's the fact that people think they're sides. Is that what we call tribalism?
yeah, yeah, pretty much. People want to have sides because no one likes to be wrong, and that's the problem. And so it's what's called ad populus. They look for sides so that way they can say, well, this is intellectual now because this side agrees with it, or this is not intellectual because that side agrees with it. And so that's a stroking your own ego. When you get past that and you don't need to see sides anymore, you're golden. You can see it very clearly. It's all about power.
It's a power game. When will people actually wake up to this? Or will
Never.
never?
That will never happen.
But I
As
mean,
long as a minute goes by, a sucker will be born in it. Remember,
we're here.
that doesn't mean I'm wrong. You have to. I appreciate that I could still be wrong here. Maybe it is. Maybe the Marxists are right. Maybe the neo-Marxists are right. Maybe the Hayekians are right. I don't know. I only know what I've seen, and what I call objective doesn't necessarily have to be objective. Maybe I missed something,
Hmm.
right? Or maybe I misremembered. All kinds of things can happen. What I do know is that we don't get to ISIS without Obama. Um, his decision and how we left Iraq,
Yeah,
but we don't get to his decision on how we left Iraq without Bush and his decision to nation build.
it all plays. It's all a chain,
Yep.
cause and effect, consequences.
Right. But Obama had a decision, and you can't blame Bush for Obama's decision. It was Obama's decision, and how he pulled out. Put it like this: there's disgusting ways to pull out of wars. For example, Biden's pullout in of Afghan. That was terrible. That was terrible. And
Worse.
I'll be honest with you, the people behind that, I think. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I did spend the time to just read up on military law, and I think that those guys can be the generals behind that decision can be pulled in for court martial. maybe even through tribunal, they can even be hit with treason. But that was a disgusting action. It was bad. They have a responsibility, and they swore to live up to that responsibility, and absolutely intentionally, I argue, chose not to live up to it. For what reason is beyond me. That's what the tribunal will have to figure out. And I think they should probably, I would love it if they recalled those generals back to service and disgracefully discharged them at the minimum.
They're not even generals anymore.
Well, no, you can still recall them. Once you serve, you can be recalled.
Recall means back into service.
Yeah.
Huh.
Right. And so I'm I would think that that's what should happen. They should be brought back into service. They should be court-martialed. Well, first, they should be evaluated for treason, court-martialed, and demoted in rank, and then left with a lowest rank, probably an EO rank or something low as possible. Retirement. If they can still get one after the court martial, and disgraceful discharge. Because there's people who get disgraceful discharge for much less. I know a guy who was disgracefully discharged from the Coast Guard for punching a window, the window on a door. They said that he broke the Coast Guard property, and they weren't talking about the window; they were talking about his hand.
His hand is Coast Guard property.
Yeah. And so he got disgracefully discharged for that and talking back to his superior officer.
The hand, the
How many
hand,
people died in that situation? Zero. How many people did these generals just get killed?
13 service
Civilians.
guard and civilians. Not to mention the
All right.
13 service guards, service members who lost their
Yeah.
lives.
In the most brutal fashions. They didn't die easy.
It was a slow death.
Right. I remember, I can tell you, the moment that the media's spine broke was the execution of Daniel Pearl, a Wall Street Journal columnist who went to Afghanistan to report, to war reporting, was captured by the Taliban, and then they decapitated him.
What was the date that
and
happened?
and recorded the whole thing. What was that?
What was the date that happened? The decapitation.
I think it was 2003. Right?
He should have
And
never
you could
left.
tell. Well, I mean, the scream that he gave as they were decapitating him was sick. And it wasn't quick. They made sure it wasn't quick. Right? But I remember thinking right after that, I wasn't ever. You have to understand, this was a different time, and people just thought differently at that time. But we had a regime under Bush that was so inept at war making. Because everyone knew once we saw Daniel Pearl get killed that way, it wasn't that anybody knew Daniel Pearl. No one knew Daniel Pearl personally, but we did know that he was an American.
What And he got
And the
brutally
reality
executed.
is that there should have been consequences directly attached to that. And everyone was expecting for Afghanistan to become the leading world developer in glass after that moment. Because there shouldn't have been a square inch of that place left that wasn't pounded into glass from all the bombs we drop on it. But no, we had to build a nation instead.
Nation building. So they kill one of our people, and we reward them with a new house.
Welcome to American leadership. That's basically how it worked. And a lot of that comes from Kissinger. The this concept of trilateralism, of soft diplomacy.
And where did that get us?
Well, it's because of this American leaders fetishize European history big time. And so that's where the concept comes from.
Oh man. We should do this more often. Seriously, we should definitely like do VC calls more often.
It's always fun.
This is the kind of stuff I'm interested in too. Just not just like I also like talking history, philosophy. I did promise my friend I wouldn't do political videos, but you know what? Doesn't matter.
Well, I'm trying to keep it apolitical. Well, not apolitical. I'm trying to keep it politically neutral. So I'm hitting both sides. I don't want to come down and say, hey, do this side or do that side.
There are no sides.
So I feel like as if I've been pretty strong on keeping it neutral.
Well, I mean, in principle too.
I hate everything.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Are you familiar with The Witcher?
Yeah, no, I played the game. I have Witcher 3. I haven't read the books or watched the show though.
Yeah, don't watch this. Watch the first season. The first season's okay, but Geralt of Rivia stays neutral in the affairs of men.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, yeah. I yeah.
Until you can't, but let's hope it never gets to that.
Well, Geralt always ends up getting involved in some ways. People pull him in because he's strong.
He's a Witcher.
Right? That's the idea. But I mean, there was a big question after that, which is why do they hate us in 2001? And the answer to it actually goes back almost 200 years. For America, it goes back. It goes back even further for others, but for us, it goes back almost 200 years. It was Thomas Jefferson who got the answer to that question. And once I saw Thomas Jefferson's um, interaction that yielded the answer to the question I was asking, which is why do they hate us? I understood that um, there was never supposed. You have to look at it from a different. You have to look at it from a different context, and that's the reason why, when I saw the nation building stuff, I was like, these guys are idiots because these are your enemies. You have to. The thing about enemies is that you have to recognize when someone is your enemy, even if you don't want to recognize, even if you don't want to treat them like your enemy. So when Iran turns around and says we're going to blow the great devil up and the little devil up, and have the United States written uh, name written inside of a mushroom cloud on their flag, um, that's when you have to say, hey, we want to get along with Iran, but maybe they don't want to get along with us.
It's a
Like,
one-sided thing.
right? Right? And so you if that didn't send the message, maybe the hundreds of soldiers that were killed and maimed in the Iraq war from IEDs that were made by Iranians, right? The Iranian government, bombs that were made by Iran, IEDs made by Iran. I mean, not gonna lie, there wouldn't be an Iran on the map if we had a leader that made sense during that time. Iran owes a very serious blood debt to the United States. Very serious. They've killed more Americans than Americans have killed Iranians, put it that way. A lot more.
And Jimmy Carter.
So my question is, how many Americans do Iranians have to kill before, or delete rather? I have to be careful. How many Americans do Iranians have to delete before we start to recognize, hey, maybe they don't like us? I'm not sure. Maybe it's 1,000. Well, they've done 1,000 already. Maybe 10. No, they've done 10,000. So maybe 100,000 is a number that we need to get to.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't want a war with Iran. Like I.
Well, it wouldn't be war. That's the thing. The United States has proven that such a conflict, executed properly, would be over probably within 4 to 5 days, maximum 4 to 5 days. And we proved it several times. So it's not like as if it's a one-time thing. We've proven it in cases where we needed access to the waters near Iran and basically took out, I think it was like half of Iran's naval capabilities to respond within a matter of like an hour and a half. And they just backed down immediately after because it just wasn't worth it anymore. Right. And even then, when we did that, we allowed their sailors to jump off their ships and stuff like that. I mean, that's crazy. Like you send the warning, hey, we're going to blow this up. And then they finally leave. Like, that's nuts. like, that is nuts. So we go out of our way to not. It's like I don't know what's going on. Like there's some. That's if there's a great mystery in this world. Are aliens real? Are we alone in the universe? Why is the United States so cautious with Iranian laws? Is one of them. Like I
Anyhow,
think being an Iranian probably makes you one of the safest people in the world at this point.
yeah, because you're not gonna get retaliation.
Well, unless you're an Iranian general,
Well,
and
Soleimani.
and
God,
and and Donald Trump is the president, then yeah,
yeah, you're not really that safe after all. But yeah, okay.
uh, that one is nuts. That one was crazy. I'll give it that.
It just came out of nowhere. All right,
Yeah.
so the last thing I'll do for tonight is release a build. An itch.
So what is it? How do you do this? Do you just keep making builds each time that you finish?
Yeah, pretty much. Like whenever I have like the builds are really more like a stable checkpoint. Sorry, my nose
Yeah,
is
but
like.
don't you do version control?
I do, yeah, but like that's well on itch.io. I release for people to try out.
Oh, I see. I see. I
Yeah,
see.
like
I
not
see.
for like backup. I do use the Unity version control, but um, let's see. Let's see. Build. Need a new folder. It's probably the worst way to do it. Uh, I used to do like WinZip, but that gave it flagged it as a virus for whatever reason.
Yeah, itch does that.
But 7-Zip, I was able to use it just fine. I don't know why. Like it, maybe it seems to have something against WinZip, presumably.
Probably. The Microsoft hate is real.
The Microsoft hate. Well, they've done some things to deserve that hate. Well, Microsoft is great, though. I like Microsoft.
They made the operating system I use, so they're fine.
Yeah.
So I was trying to catch up on because Nick came up to me and or came over and talked about some guy named the Pirate Games or whatever. I don't.
Pirate
It
Software?
turns out that yeah, Pirate Software. It turns out that he's some sort of um WoW player. I guess a WoW streamer.
Yeah, so his dad, I
Eh,
actually watched a interview with him. He was on Dr. K's podcast. So his dad apparently worked for Blizzard, and I guess that's like where that's why the WoW obsession came into well, not really obsession, but enthusiasm came to play. He made a game that uh Markiplier played, and he got big off of that. Um, yeah, what about him?
so there's some type of drama that was going on with him. Uh, Apparently they were doing, from what I read, they were doing some kind of dungeon. I guess a raid, whatever. I never played WoW. Like, well, I did play WoW. That's not true. I played WoW, but only like up until level 7 and just didn't get into it. So, they were doing a raid, which I'm familiar with. I'm familiar with raids from like FFXIV. And basically he they it was the run was effed up beyond any repair, and they had to retreat. So they called a retreat. So now in WoW, a retreat is basically it's not like every man for themselves. It's people are pulling back and they're just disengaging. So they just need to pull back from the enemy. So the healer should be healing, the damage dealer should still be trying to kill, but everybody's trying to get out of the aggro range effectively. That's the idea.
So the whole drama is based on something that happened in WoW, like nothing like
Right.
real world.
Well, that's the thing. The setting that they were playing in, so this is real world in a sense, in that the setting that they were playing in, when your character dies, they dies for good.
Oh, so it's like a
So,
one-time kind of thing.
right. And so basically people were saying, "Hey, you're playing the mage. You should be doing damage still. Don't just." And then he's like, "Well, I ran out of MP." But people are like, "No, you have MP." And so he started blowing his spells to try to pretend like he didn't have MP. And then they're like, "Well, dude, why are you lying?" And then uh apparently in his stream people saw that he had two items that could regenerate his MP, and he just chose never to use them for whatever the reason. Regardless, the whole situation um basically it everybody made mistakes, and but it was that he kept on lying about what the situation that he was in to pretend like as if it wasn't his fault that everybody else died except two people. Because they're saying, well, the DPS wasn't enough. If he had helped, more people would have survived, blah, blah, blah. So that's the whole drama, basically, I think. I think the rest of it is that then he goes over to Asmongold and then continues the lie with Asmongold. Um, and so people just called it out and said, hey, this guy just keeps on lying everywhere that he's going about what actually happened. So
Wow.
now I guess that's why he's getting so much hate, but that was what Nick was talking to me. I didn't know anything about it until I just happened to cross an Asmongold video uh, this morning.
You're not gonna. Asmongold's an interesting dude. Uh, different.
He's just a reactor.
The first video I saw of Asmongold was when he was covering the Kanye West Alex Jones interview.
Now that's a funny thing. Alex Jones is hilarious.
He
Like
really is. Like,
people think that he's like what's his name, like psychotic or something. The guy's a comedian. Like he is hard body a comedian. Like his comedic timing and everything is just through the roof. I don't know. I don't know. People hate him for no reason. I think like the guy is. I guess it's kind of like that guy who told
well,
that joke at
he messed up the Sandy Hook thing, the PR for Sandy Hook. He's not
Well, he was never
responsible.
going to win that because the moment that so you have to understand his job is to commentate, and the moment that he was already in a position where he was on thin ice with the powers that be, let's say, so he could have said Sandy Hook had rain, and he would have been sued up the wazoo anyway. Like, it was going to happen. It would have been Sandy Hook. I'll give you a perfect example. The Sandman lawsuit. So there was a kid, I think back in 2017, who was recorded with an interaction with a Native American and several Black Israelite groups,
Oh, the Nick
right?
Sandman. Yeah, I remember it was 2019.
2019. And that whole thing went sideways fast. It turns out that the whole thing was not what we people thought, blah, blah, blah. What people don't realize is that how that story even came to be and how old that video was. That video was actually much older than when it became viral. Then why did it pop up later and all of a sudden, right? Well, it's called an echo chamber. What happened is that the Chinese government paid South American governments somewhere to the tune of about $70 million a year. To do what, you might ask? Well, a ton of things. It's basically like the US aid of China. But essentially, that money goes to, in part, in a certain country called Venezuela, to funding counterintelligence actions against the United States. The original source of the video that became viral, not the original recording, but the source of the clip that became viral. So the edited clip that was pumped into the feed of some couple of blue check marks on Twitter, then Twitter, now X, was from Venezuelan counterintelligence. These blue check marks, instead of verifying it, trying to find out what is the source of this, edit, regurgitate it. It starts going into an article and starts spreading like wildfire, and it becomes run on syndication. That's what happened. Sandman sues the heck out of a couple of companies and settles. Now that's actual defamation, right? Because they that video and the articles directly targeted Sandman. What Alex Jones said, to my knowledge, he would be liable only for, or he should be liable only for, any statements that he made that defamed individuals. If he never defamed any single person there, if his thing, which I believe is what he was talking about, was this could be a conspiracy, this could be um, the government doing stuff, it could be actors, this and that. if his whole thing was was that angle, how is that defaming anybody? You could say, well, the
Well, they
parents are
could
going to
look
say
up
I'm not
the
an actor.
parents, and they could look at the parents of the kids who died.
Right. So the parents could say, well, I'm not an actor, right? And my child legitimately died and this and that. And Alex Jones would say, well, I didn't say the parents were actors, right?
Hmm.
The shooter could have been um what's his name? The shooter could have been
Lanza,
uh
Adam Lanza.
right, it could have been some kind of MK Ultra psychopath that just got his trigger word called or something like that. Right? And we already have very weird situations. Like, for example, the guy who tried to shoot, uh, um, delete Trump the first time that we know of, because there's been many people don't want to talk about it, but there's been a couple of incidents already along the way from that shooting going to the presidency.
You
But
mean
we
more
only
than
know of two
three?
of them. All right. Well, no, no, no. There's more than three. There's a third one that
Hmm.
was that random. What's his name? Sovereign citizen guy, but not that. There's more of them. But the point is that you have a kid that randomly showed up. Forget about the fact that he doesn't have any social media presence, right? Period. That's crazy. He has that's not true actually. He had a Discord. He just deleted the whole thing, so it doesn't show anything. But so it tells me that he actively went around and purged his social media. That's what it looks like. But this kid met so many high-powered people, from Davos CEOs to White House people who are in the active were actively in the White House. Just what is this one kid doing in all of these different places? And then suddenly he's at the end of a rifle, right?
It's
And now
crazy.
it's coming out that the governor of Pennsylvania was conspiring with others to ensure that no one was covering that one rooftop. Why?
Yeah, something does definitely doesn't add up.
Right? So the Alex Jones argument is a very it's not I'm not going to say it's a legitimate one. I'm just going to say that it's not irrational. It's okay to ask those questions. But what he got punished for was asking those questions. Now, if people want to take those questions and then say, "Hey, now it's true. Alex Jones said it." Well, hold on. I remember when you have your favorite artist or your or whatever and they sing a song and suddenly now because they said I'm gonna go do 20 backflips. You should go do 20 backflips. Like that's on you if you go do 20 backflips. You know, like that's not the artist's fault, and they shouldn't have to worry about changing their music just so that way some person that could do 20 backflips doesn't do 20 backflips. Like it doesn't make sense. Then you have to watch out for everything. But in Alex's case, he would have gotten sued no matter what. Like there was somebody waiting in the wings to sue the pants off of him. Put it that way. And they did. They got him. Of course he might be able to win his countersuit, but they won because he didn't show up. They won in absentia. But he chose not to show up because according to him, there was no way he could win. The judge already came
It's already
to
rigged
his
against him.
conclusion. So that was his argument. So why bother showing up? It's fine. But I mean, hey, that's his business. I personally, I just find him freaking hilarious. Oh wow,
How's it 9 already?
Yeah. All
Anyway.
right. So are you done?
Yeah.
With your stuff?
Usually
Okay.
I try to fall asleep around now.
All
I
right,
got
dude.
work
So,
tomorrow.
yeah. Like I said, usually I get sleepy around 4 or 5, and then I just wake up at this time. Don't know why. All right, man. Take it easy.
Yeah, we should definitely do more of these.
Sure, sure. This was fun.
Okay.
All right,
I
stay safe, man.
I definitely will. Catch you later. That was fun. That was a fun stream. Alright, I don't know if I'm gonna continue streaming on Twitch because I don't have any viewers on Twitch. So if you're watching this on Twitch, click the link to my YouTube channel. You should be able to do it. You should just, yeah, all you gotta do is go here. This is my channel, okay? Scroll down with your mouse, or on mobile. Click this, it'll take you to my YouTube channel. Or click this, it'll also take you to my, it's not that hard to find. I don't know why people have such a hard time finding it. But yeah, I'll be on my YouTube channel. And I'll have to update the description here. For those who know how to read. I'm kidding. Alright. Yeah. Catch you all later.